Yo, 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 welcome to the iSpooge daily channel. This is a live chat, and this is what the channel is really made for. But yeah, lots of issues blocking that from being the normal method of operation right now, so we'll see if anyone shows up. The title will say test, so people might be less likely to show up. It says geeks. People might be less likely to hang out with some geeks, but yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if YouTube hella deboosted things like WatchParty in the title or description either. See if I can pin this chat. I'm a new mod. Pin message, yeah. So hey, what's up, concurrent viewer? So we're gonna try playing back some videos together, and whoever says the first video link I'll play back. I don't know if anybody can control it or not. I'll share my screen so you can see what it looks like. So this is the app. You can find the source code there. Looks like there's a Discord chat. I don't do that. But yeah. So if you go to that link in the chat or the description, you should drop into here. So yeah, tons of topic ideas, as always. I've got tomorrow off work, so I can stay up extra late tonight. I've got all day tomorrow as well. If this works out, maybe we can do something for the people who don't have Thanksgiving to go to. 2 people asked me what I'm doing for Thanksgiving, and I said working. And they said the restaurant's closed on Thanksgiving, and I laughed, like, duh. Duh, man. One of them asked about it, and I said, yeah. I gave them some details about what I'm doing. And the other asked about it, and I didn't give him details because guy doesn't deserve to know anything about my life. Oh, but I share it with random people on YouTube. Yeah, they like find me and come to me. They're not just random people at work. Hey, what's up, Mia? How you doing? You want to try this watch party thing? Do you got a video you would like people to check out? Hey, what's up, NWIC Consultants? How you doing? So yeah, I want to try this thing out. I don't see anybody having entered the chat there. You don't have a video? I can pretty easily find one if no one else wants to suggest. Get the party rolling. Yeah, the hard thing about like watching stuff together is it's kind of like a leisure activity. But a lot of people watch videos when they're at work, so I don't know. Because like when I'm doing leisure, I don't really want to like hang out and chat, you know. I mean, maybe in person, but you know, online. I don't really want to be like. I don't know. Maybe I would. It's just been a long time, and I don't like have a lot, online relationships established like I used to. Van City Van Life. Who likes that channel?
What's up, you guys? Today is another rainy day here on the island.
So I wonder about my audio. Should probably put on headphones. Can you guys hear the background audio much?
And I figured we would clean out the inside of the ambulance because it is packed full of stuff from my old
I thought you meant a video I made. Oh, ha. That's okay. Yeah, any video on YouTube. I think it works with other services, but yeah, we're on YouTube now, so.
job and moving forward doing.
I'm like super paranoid about that copyright. How can I do this? Oh, yeah. Nope. I thought I had another audio adapter with me, because then I could then plug that USB in and then listen through that. But right now this microphone is taking up the headphone port. Maybe I could switch to a lower quality, I'd have to switch this lower quality mic. How's it going, Kyle? Slight background. My voice is very clear. Oh yeah, the hum. I think I figured that out. So I haven't had a battery the whole time, right? So I've had to keep it plugged in. And so I didn't even think unplug the electricity and the line noise will probably go away, because that's almost always the issue. And so I just did a little test clip with no AC adapter and the audio was more clear. So, and I feel like I remember it used to work like that too, and it was probably the battery blown and I kept it off the battery. I mean off the AC adapter. So, but I think, what's my battery right now? I think it's like 40%, 50%. So yeah, I can leave it off while I'm speaking, and then if we like, you know, for some reason I'm silent, good stuff. All right. Cool. So yeah, sorry about all those last videos where I didn't think to unplug the laptop and we got that super hum in there. Part of the process, right? So it's late. I don't know if I'm going to do this or not, but WatchParty it's an app where people can, like, you take a YouTube link like you would send to your friend, like, hey, check out this video, but then you put it into that app like a Zoom conference room or something where there's like a conference room code, and that's what the pinned chat is, and it's in the description. So it's like physical honey delete or something. And so anyone who goes there will then see that this Van City Van Life video is, I'll switch back to screen share so you can see what I'm talking about. So WatchParty, I didn't make this, I just found this, but it's because I was searching for things similar to what I want to do already, and it's like perfect. Like, this is exactly what I want. It's too good. Too good, these people. I manifested it through somebody else, which I've found happens a lot with software, actually. Throughout my life, I couldn't explain it. But yeah, like all this open source stuff, it's just like little picking cherries. So anyway, that's tooting my own horn on my own channel. I know it's tacky. But yeah, so this WatchParty is an app that somebody else built where you can give a link. There's a playlist. So you can add more videos like watch next, like the queue. And then everybody who's in the chat is watching together at the same time. So we play the video.
Anything on this thing, well, that is step number.
And then it starts and pauses for everybody at the same time. And then open source means that anybody can host their own server. So this is watchparty.me. I could actually have like watchparty.iSpooge.com and have this set up there. and then it would be a private one, and then there could be, I was thinking about having like, see this says physical honey replace, it's just some like made up 3-letter key. So we could have like / urban camping / daily driver app club. That's got its own domain, but just for an example, that's my like little company I'm working on. So like the approach of building all those apps, but we could have like open source, just general, journalism, food, veganism, you know, like different rooms on watchparty.yourdomain.com. And then, yeah, like a nice thing about mastering all these open source things too is like when I go to the meetups where it's easy to get freelance customers, it's because I'm able to like talk about all this stuff in ways like that it applies to their business. Because it's really easy to see how like something that you can set up, run yourself, that I've already set up and run myself and like thought through the edge cases apply to my business. It's easy to like help walk other people through that process with their business. So it's like we have that conversation and then boom, I get a client. Super easy. But I have to have access to that environment, you know, those people to get those contacts and make it happen like that. And Kyle, thanks for asking, how's my day? It's good. It's good. It was my Monday, so I went to so it went super fast because I've got like a couple hours of cleaning stuff to do in the morning. Take off the hoods over the stove because they like collect all this grease over the course of a week. Spray them off with the hose, put them back, and then clean out the drains. And then while I'm doing that, decalcify the dishwashing machine with some like super acid. Has to run for like 20 minutes. And yeah, then just normal day. And then, yeah, stuff's good. So I got tomorrow off. I don't know about the Red Bull. I don't know if I want to stay. Because last night I did it and I was literally, I think I might have fallen asleep. Like I was just so tired. Like, I don't think I fell asleep, but I might have. But yeah, I slept like a baby. I'm good. Hey, what's up? You made it. All right, let's get this going. Oh, it looks like you were able to start the video too.
I'm not sure how I feel about taking everything out of the inside and putting it in my shop because there's already enough stuff in the shop here.
I'll just keep my volume very quiet.
We're just going to add to that.
Oh, let me make sure I'm not broadcasting that because that would be hella copyright problem. All right, like they'd like end the stream, send the police to my house. No, just kidding. They'd end up where my mailing address is, which is somewhere else in San Francisco. All right.
Chaos, but I would like to at least, like you heard what I said, I would like to at least.
All right, so you're able to pause as well. That's cool. Oops, I hit watch later. That's okay. So yeah, I made it out to the hiking trail yesterday. I recorded a pretty good memo. And I'm looking for my Kindle. There it is. So I was able to put, you know, I've been writing all that documentation lately. So I was able to print it all the PDFs and put it onto the Kindle and bring it out into the bush. And I was thinking about, like, at the end of the day, basically have a folder ready to sync with the Kindle at the end of the day. So I plug it in, and there'd have to be manual steps at first. Like, the manual process would be like, take all my documents that I've worked on for the day, print them to file, which ends up as a PDF within my directory ready to sync, open up Calibri. That's a basically e-reader program to manage your books on there or documents. Drop all the documents into there, then sync to device, and then I have it. Because I was thinking about like at night when I'm in the car, I have to be quiet because there's, you know, sketchy stuff all around. It's basically a trap spot where the police don't go. Well, I mean, not the police don't go, but they're not hanging out or whatever. Like, but anyway, it's not really a trap spot. It's just like, in my mind, kind of like a funny concept to like match what's going on, because I'm sort of like, you know, in a rougher spot to duck like the Karens. So there's like police there, but I'm not a problem, I guess, is what it amounts to. And so if I have a Kindle, though, I mean, that's probably safe enough to, you know, be in there. No noise, it doesn't have a speaker, just me reading. But yeah, I don't make a habit of doing stuff in there at night. But, and it doesn't need Wi-Fi or anything. Battery is barely a problem. Like, you can use it for like a month on one charge. So it ticks a lot of the boxes for like urban camping kinds of devices you want to use. And I've been recording more voice memos in there, even though I shouldn't. But like, yeah, I'm getting less afraid of, because like there's, I don't even want to talk about what happens out there, but it's just like, it's so normalized that I'm barely afraid. Hey, what's up? You use spreadsheets for notes? That's cool. Yeah, I remember your long, funny name. Jive. Jingle. All kinds of words can be seen in there. That's interesting. I haven't heard of anybody use spreadsheets for their notes.
Get everything out of the inside, so that's what we're doing today.
Hey, 3 in the chat, what's up? Alleged maid.
Oh, come on, Chrome. Can't be that bad now, can it? Yup, it can. Like I said, I'm not sure how I feel about
I think Van City Van Life is like the channel that is closest to entertainment for me, but it's still kind of research. Oh, another one that I like a lot is Taylor Ray. That's a lot more technical. He does drift cars, and he gets super detailed in the garage. And I like those, and whenever it's like racing videos and racing scenes, I almost skip it all, because I just like the building part of it.
I feel like this place isn't big enough. All right, let's get some tunes.
I'll queue up one of those next. Ooh, my computer's struggling.
I wish I could play copyrighted music on YouTube and still make money, because it'd be so much fun.
He's talking about copyrighted music.
Just making a mess inside the shop. Don't know where these are gonna go live. I don't know where that box is gonna go. That's old oil. Somebody used this thing to suck up oil. It's full of oil on the bottom.
But yeah, that memo I mentioned, what's so cool about, well, basically like the reason not having a cell phone isn't a big deal is because I've had all kinds of stuff, like, I guess this is a little bit after cell phones, but like digital cameras and like IRC servers and like instant messenger. Like, I've had all these analogs to what the cell phones do to people, like what people can do with cell phones, like way before cell phones. And so it's not as novel. Like, yeah, texting is novel, it's like all in one, but like my friends and I like tried our hardest to get some kind of device to like get messages to us, and we ended up with like Windows PCs or something, like in high school in like, you know, the early aughts. So, you know, 10 years before iPhones, we had like mini computers that were connected to, God, like pre-Wi-Fi. Was there even Wi-Fi when I was there? Because I'm picturing one particular guy's device, and I don't know how it connected to the internet. It might have been mobile, but none of us had like that much money, so he could have just cared that much and paid a lot of money for it. I don't know, I'm not still in touch with him, otherwise I'd ask, like, hey, remember that little like Windows computer you had in high school? Like, how did that thing connect to the internet? All right. We are coming to the 20-minute mark. Oh no, yeah. No set time on this one. All right, let's see what happens if we just add that. Does it, okay, so it changes immediately rather than adds it to the playlist if I just paste a link and hit enter. So how do we make a playlist? Oh, I see. So we have to scroll down and go add to playlist. I'll share the screen so you know what I'm talking about. So I just pasted this link and hit enter, and it changed the video, but I guess we'd have to go add to playlist and actually click that button to add it to the playlist. Should be able to sync around. So in this one, he bought a NASCAR engine. Oh, you know what? Another memo I recorded too. I've got to get like, I even have like transcripts for all these, but I don't have an easy view of them. But another one was about what happens when you use copyrighted material, because there's at least 3 things. One is you get a strike. One is like they can decide if they want to let you use it or not, and they'll monetize a portion or not. And then also, if you get a strike, you can appeal it. And I was able to do that for some background music, like at Starbucks. I was just like, yeah, I'm in Starbucks and it's background music and I don't really have anywhere else to record. And so they said, okay, no problem. You can have a waiver, no problem. But the third is nothing, because I found a channel that had some of my video in it. And I only watched a couple minutes of it, not the whole thing. I was thinking about doing a full video response to it, like cold response. Haven't watched it yet. But I don't know if I want to get involved in that kind of drama or even watch the whole video. But yeah. So, I don't know, it just makes me like curious about what I can actually include. Like, is this guy's channel going to get notified because some of his video is playing right now? Like, as long as we're adding to it or whatever, like, people wouldn't go there. Like, in spirit of the rules of copyright. Like, people would not come to this video to watch this instead of his video, so it's like taking away from him. We've got to be doing like commentary or something useful on it. So my best excuse now would be this video is categorized education. That's actually a huge difference, other side of the world. It's education, and we're trying out this app, and we're only playing very, very tiny, reasonable portions of it, which I think can be interpreted as like 30 seconds or less a lot of times, at least for sampling and music. That's the number I remember finding like a decade ago when I was interested in that kind of mischief. No, it's not mischief at all, it's fun. But yeah, just playing with like this like mixing app. And you know, even though I'm vegan, there's this one channel that Stale Cracker. Like this guy, he's so entertaining, but he seems actually like a good guy too. That's why, you know, even though the whole thing is like, the first video I saw was like skinning an alligator or something like that. And I'm just like something about him seems like a good guy though. So it's just like, dang, this guy, like, something about this guy is just, his character seems, you know, even though he's like, you know, hunting animals and all this stuff, like, everyone is at a different stage of their evolution, and there's grace and stuff for people. So, you know, people who are like eating meat aren't going to the, you know, the hot zone necessarily. Like, they could still, like, during evolution, there's steps, right? You get to like different steps along the way, and you're not just like being toasted because you're being held to the standard of the top step and you're like down here, you know? It's got to be like, you know, teaching your little kid to like come up the stairs or whatever. I shouldn't laugh at that, but you know, like the parent who's like, come on. Oh, you can picture it, because some parents are probably like this. The narcissistic parents, right? Like the kid's making a little progress, the parent isn't up there like, you're grounded because you couldn't make it up the third step or something, you know? It's like, no, or you're using your hands and feet instead of walking on your feet. Like, you're grounded for not walking as an adult would, you know? Mr. Burp, what channel had your video? I don't remember. I just saw my name in the thumbnail, and I'm like, huh. I clicked on it, and it was indeed me. So. My favorite YouTuber, The Drive to Success. What's up? Thank you, I appreciate that. The Drive to Success, eh? You got videos on your channel? I should have typed YouTube. Yeah, so my voice recorder, since right when I got it, basically, it was super rainy in, I don't know, February or March or something, and I was like using it on the hiking trail like I do. and it got wet, not that wet, but since then it just, like the play button, it acts as though it's playing, the light turns on and everything, but it just doesn't play any. And for a while it started working again and then it stopped. So the Drive to Success has 9 subs. And how many videos? 6 videos. That's what's up, man. Daily motivational speech. Are these clips from other videos? And I only see 2 so far. That's interesting. I see two videos, but it says you got 6. So that means you got some that are not listed, eh? Cool, appreciate it. My videos are inspirational. I hope so. I mean, yeah, I mean, I just like, yeah, I mean, that's what I like in other people's videos. That's why I can relate to what you're saying, because I mean, that's what I see in other people. Oh, that's not your channel? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I watch a lot of just vlog channels where it's just people talking off the cuff, and it's inspirational, yeah. So I mean, I appreciate that you feel that way about what I say, and yeah, it's like, it's easy to, but you're not going to feel that about like most people won't feel it. That's absolutely cool, but like everyone will feel about a few channels. If I click on home, all 6 show. Oh, because 4 of them are shorts. That would be why. But yeah, he says this is a different channel. Is that the case? 4 shorts? Yes, there's 4 shorts and 2 videos. Right now I'm thinking about, okay, got to get the chat through API, and then I get the channel ID right there. Boom. Instead of all this like trying to find the channel. See, that's like one of the reasons I love open source and self-hosted apps so much. It's because if you want something like that, you can just like set the, you just add it. And you can think through everything because you know how it all works. Whereas right now I gotta like try to go through this user interface. You haven't uploaded in a while. Busy studying. Good stuff, man. I think I farted in a couple videos, Kyle. Let me see. Maybe if I go to like participants. I want a link to the channel, please. What coding languages do you code in? Right now, for the last, for these projects, it's all Python and then JavaScript on the web. But as vanilla JavaScript as possible, I'm using this framework from 2007. Because I built an app in it before, I know it's well-rounded and good and simple and light. And yeah, I mean, that's the main reasons. And I don't have to learn anything new. I know that it works. My ideal programming language is called Clojure, Clojure. And That is conceptually a very interesting language, but it's like Scheme and Lisp. Scheme is the language that MIT invented for beginners. And so I took a class where we used that book at the University of Minnesota. Like, everyone uses that book. And it was not hard for people to, like, people say, oh, Lisp, it has all the parentheses. So it's hard to read. And it's hard to read if you're used to reading Java or Python or something like that. Yeah, I hear Python is very good for data. I haven't used it for anything big yet, because I was using it because I had a Windows laptop and it had S mode, and that means you can only install secure binaries, signed binaries from the store or other sources that you can set up somehow. And effectively I could use what was in the Windows Store. So there's like Python or Lua. That's it. And I'm like, well, I've cloned a Python program in Clojure before, and it was pretty, I mean, the performance was close and everything, so there's no reason to dislike Python. So yeah, I'll go with Python, and then I use that laptop, this laptop, but I've installed Linux on it since then. But yeah, that's why I went with Python for a long time. But yeah, I would not hesitate to bet a career on Python right now. Well, that doesn't say too much for me, but I would not. My friend who I was going to teach, basically, she unfortunately passed away during that conversation. But yeah, like the code school she was looking at too was also Python, because she was going to do, like, I don't remember if she's going to do, I think just straight dev. Are you still on screen share here? Yeah, we are. It's going to go to, see, there's one hard thing about live streams too, that when I started this channel, I had a dedicated box. I had a Raspberry Pi set up that was, and that I was able to do live stream because I have like an encoder box for it. So just the whole monitor was live streamed through this physical box. But anyway, the problem is data leakage. So like, I open up my Inkscape, and you guys see all the recent documents. So I have to be careful to not share the screen, and then open the program that can leak data. And still, if you have good tech, you can pick up the reflection in my eyes, and you can see what's on the other side. Did you know that? And if I type in a password, you can, I don't know if you need a sample of my typing, but if I'm like regularly typing, you can get that too. But it's probabilistic, but it can figure out what keys I'm hitting based on the timing between it. No video, just audio. Anyway, so I think I say in the title that this is kind of a geek out chat, so fair game. So open up Inkscape, and then it'll show the recent documents. And why is that data linkage? Just because it might have project names that I haven't talked about yet, stuff like that. So then I go new document, and now I can share the screen again. If OBS will open again. Come on. I think the computer's just bogging down now. Come on, computer. Going to use Python with cybersecurity for taking data from IPS systems and things like that, logging data. I don't know what IPS is, but I get the idea. Taking data from some other system, which is a good thing to do that with. It's a good thing for that. I can talk. All right. All right, computer caught up. So what I was going to do here is just open up just so that I can, I've got my tablet, little Wacom Bamboo that I've had forever. Oh my gosh, yeah, look, visual evidence of how many operations it just dropped. I guess I just have to write very slow. Keyboard shortcuts. We can do syntax highlighting. Did not register that selection. Come on, you can do it, I believe. Oh, because it's part of a group now. Man, this computer is struggling. Just want to turn you blue. Stroke paint, fill paint, turn blue. Uh-oh, someone's playing a video, bogging me down even more, come on.
Whoa, dude! We got a score so far, look at that! Holy shit! It's like, Brian, look at the inside of this mount cover. Holy shit! Brandon, it doesn't seem like he cares for you. No, he likes the SV2. Oh, we gotta take this one off, too.
I was able to get it to fill in the other day. I don't know what I had to do to the pen.
This is wild. Like, I've seen what these look like with the valve. Look at the, dude, I mean, what? So crazy. Look at the...
Maybe it was the stroke width.
I'm wondering what that is.
That's better. 2.5.
Wow, dude. I'm blown away.
But I think what that's still doing is taking the ends. Maybe I had,
It's time to,
I don't think it's pressure sensitive.
I want to give you guys kind of more of a thorough rundown on it, and then I want to try to...
It is a little
look it up in
pressure
the car and
sensitive.
see if it's going to fit and how well it's going to fit. I mean, we're going to make it fit. It's just a matter of how hard that job is going to be. So we did have to put it up here on the loft, get it out of the way for the RX-7 project, but
it's time to bring it back down. We got a lot of stuff going on up here at the moment. We got the Miata 6.2 and transmission. We got the dog box.
It's like Japanese.
This thing sitting up here.
Forget what that character is.
On this loft right now. I gotta say, pretty cool sight. Young me would be beyond stoked right now to know that I have a NASCAR motor sitting on a loft inside his shop. Wild to even say that's in. So anyway, yeah, we went through, we did a basic run through of the engine, you know, just a quick one after we got home that night, and everything looks pretty good. We did have some concerns inside the cylinders, of course.
Looks so small, doesn't it, that engine?
Had some pitting, but we noticed
I'm gonna not share the screen just because I don't know exactly what's gonna happen. Like, if this guy's gonna get a notice like, hey, this guy's taking your content, or...
Because we had looked at it with a camera, and it looked bad. It looked like pitting, which would make sense, high compression, someone ran...
Oh, you know what I bet I can do? I can do a picture-in-picture.
Went in with the camera and a small screwdriver and scraped it, and it just scraped right up, like, you know...
Mute spy, started the video. Hey.
And then revealed the piston color underneath, which is the same as the rest of the piston. And it was like, it was a
Oh, I got two picture.
normally if you would have
This
that
computer
issue
is
like that,
struggling right
where you
now.
keep hitting it, you get a lot around this.
And it didn't even, neither of them got the video. Oh, it was working on it. Oh, there's the third one. That one got the video. See, this is a little bit of the slice of like tech being fun. Someone else started the video for me. I got to deal with it while I'm drawing. You know, if you go back to the early days of the channel too, I did stuff where I had like my iPhone streaming to a VLC window, and I was like, I had the main scene and then I joined in with the hello phone, and then I brought that over to actually cook food, like up on the stove. So it was, if you go,
Floaters too.
I was the pre-flight.
So the same
Where I would go and like cook food or something like that. Was it I was the pre-flight? Often. I had all kinds of different stuff. But when I was cooking food was the main time I took the hello phone over there.
Alright, here's what the back of the engine looks like without a...
And forgive me, you know, it was like 6-7 years ago now. It was in my last apartment.
So we marked them all, as you can see. Like
So,
large drill dimple, really large drill dimple.
lots has happened since then.
Maybe they're just drilled to be weighted the same, I don't know. But we want to keep them in their same location.
Oh, so I totally ignored the chat for a while. Sorry, guys.
Quad disc when we took it
What's
out.
up, Scott? What Linux flavor? I'm on Ubuntu Mate, and I've used that since 1604. It's now like 2404, and I'm on 2204.
About the Tiltons.
And Scott, yes, I'm using Clojure.
And this is just 7
But you like Emacs.
26-line GM. So
You're not a big Lisper, but you like Emacs. That's cool.
really the only oddball thing.
Yeah, I tried to get into Emacs for Clojure, and then my job that I use Clojure at laid me off. So
Probably something we'd need to do anyway.
sure, they could have repurposed me, but you know, no hard feelings. They gave me a month of severance. All good.
Ridiculously light.
It was just
So
the.
anyway, let's try to
I think it was just like a legit. They didn't have a role for. I was the only. Well, there was another guy who did Python. I brought him up to speed on Clojure. Another guy who was a tester. I brought him up to speed on Clojure. And I don't know what they did after I was gone, but before I was gone, there was like a bunch of salespeople laid off too. So
I kind of thought it would be. It's in the way.
too bad, too bad. I don't know the. I saw them hiring for Clojure still after me, so I don't know. Well, one, I couldn't tell you what happened to the project if I knew, but two, I don't know. So.
I mean, 20 is relative. 20 for a Miata is still headers.
But yeah, that was in 2000, Scott, I used Clojure in 2014 to 15. And I gave a presentation on the LinkedIn campus at the SAMSA user group. And I don't remember the title of it, but if you search Harlan Clojure SAMSA, you'll see it. Or even Harlan Clojure LinkedIn, you'll see it. Clojure is good for concurrency, but you can't deal with the syntax. Actually, so
it's all said and done.
Clojure is good at,
I mean, one
you probably know this, but for everybody else,
well, you gotta have that. Oh, it looks like it might clear the hood.
Clojure is a hosted language, meaning that it can run in Java, .NET, JavaScript,
My alternator's sticking out of my hood. There ain't
even C.
trying to draw the line.
There's some C Clojure stuff, but I don't know 100% know about how that goes. But officially,
Forever.
.NET, Java, and JavaScript were the hosts, meaning it doesn't have any of its own concurrency or anything like that. It's actually a wrapper over Java, or a wrapper over .NET, or a wrapper over JavaScript. So if you don't like the syntax, then that's completely fine. Just use Java, because that's all Clojure is really bringing, actually, is, well, it's not all, but it's syntax and whatever functionality, but you can actually write pieces that are good, idiomatic, good use cases for Clojure in Clojure, and then it compiles to a jar, and so you can actually figure out, you can use any old, I think JD disassembler or something. I don't even think you have to get that fancy, because in the Lineagen or whatever build system, you can specify the main class name, and so
the best way for us to be able to determine where the engine
you can at the very least get to the main class, but from there, all the modules, like if you open it with, it doesn't even have to be a decompiler actually, it just has to be a jar inspector. You inspect the jar, you can actually figure out all the mangled names of things that are compiled Clojure functions. And once you know the name mangling scheme, you can actually just go back and say, you know, load this jar, you know the namespace, that maps to a Java package. You know the class, that maps to a Java, like the module in Clojure maps to the Java class. And then the methods are instance methods or static. But you can use the inspector to actually like map it out. And so yeah, if Clojure's syntax is no good, but so, even if like someone who owns a module on the team wants to use it, or an adjacent team, you can use what I was just talking about and actually just get their jar artifact. You can install them right into Maven. I was running Artifactory, so we just installed it right into our private Artifactory repository. And we actually did do that, where we had part of our project as Java and part of it as Clojure. And we could, I mean, the using Java from Clojure direction is obvious and built in. But using Clojure from Java, I think it's also built in, just most people don't necessarily go looking for it. But yeah, you could totally just implement some classes, like some domain logic or something, for whatever reason you want to use Clojure, and then use it from the rest of your Java project. So in terms of Maven, it's like a it's like a module that depends on, that your app depends on. And a lot of people break it down so they've got like the they did when I used Maven a lot. Break it down so they've got the master project and then all the sub projects in there. So the Clojure project can literally just be a sub project, and then just like any of the other Java, Scala, whatever JVM language adjacent, you know, sibling projects can use each other within the main project. So you don't necessarily know it's Clojure, except for the naming is different than Java.
It's like, what difference does it make? Which honestly, you know, the big square sprint car style filters, you know, I think it's a cool big filter sticking out the hood. You know, that thing means business.
Brain doesn't handle the lists very well.
It's like chilling in there because it's sitting.
But it's ironic because you like Emacs and barely use eLisp. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because it's hosted, you know, it's
in there. Just leave it like that, honestly.
Oh, maybe you're talking about core async is its concurrency. Yeah, so it's concurrency DSL, but it's all programmed in terms of that it can execute within the JVM too. So yeah, even if you like core async, then you could actually use core async from Java if you wanted to, through what I was talking about. Scott Haley grew up with Java, but mostly used R for data science and tried to avoid Python. Interesting. Yeah, R is sweet. I can't wait until I have, I don't know. Like I used Octave in linear algebra class in school. So I feel like I just don't have like that data that I need R for yet. But maybe I just don't know all the flexibility of R.
That's what I'm saying.
But yeah, I'd like to use Octave more too. I like enthusiastically install it a lot of times too.
Something really cool for a 4500 flange. But the pro is we do have this. We decided to go this route. We got a couple options. All right. Well, I can't. Oof, man. This is crazy.
Yeah, every computer ends up being a Linux computer at its end of life too.
What a sight.
In terms of, I don't like Mac, but it's got all the Unix concepts like Linux built in.
But I didn't think it
If you like Mac or you like Windows and you have a laptop, almost certainly you'll become a Linux user eventually. Or you'll get a new laptop. That's probably it. I think in terms of like crap.
Yeah, we should be able to get creative and make headers.
I guess I could get a new $200 laptop at this point. But
so I could not be happier with how things are shaping.
you saw in the money. Yeah, I could almost pay cash for a laptop.
So anyway, we just fitted this Holly throttle body on here. Still a bit up in the air on what we're going to do there. We're leaning towards fuel injection.
And man, I used to have a souped up car too, so whenever I watch Taylor Ray, these garage videos, that would I could get back into. I'd probably restore a car at this point. Restore like a pre-computer car, like carbureted.
And bang my head against the wall trying to figure out something simple that I just don't know. That's fine. I actually, when leaning towards going old carb, period correct on the Monte Carlo. But for
yes, sir. Young Harlan giving a talk.
I prefer something that I know.
I think I've given like,
From all the,
I don't know, 7 or 8 talks.
I don't know. I'm sure there's a carb that could do it. Maybe we'll go that route. It is going to be complicated to convert this to fuel injection, just because the distributors want off specifically for this engine, and
not a lot, but it doesn't faze me.
I have confidence either way if we can make it work. Just which struggles do we want to deal with? So we'll figure that out. Let me know your input actually in the comments. But that being said, I'm still
man, that is so awesome. He's got this
see what we're working with underneath.
NASCAR engine in the old Miata. Like, what better could he do than put a NASCAR engine in there? Like, because he was talking about like maybe even getting rid of it for a little bit.
It's kind of a unique opportunity. Normally you can't do this, to be able to lift the car up with the engine just sitting there. But yeah, man, stoked.
I'm the only person here.
Flip this thing up, see what it looks like.
Oh man, that is so sweet. But yeah, like cars are. I'm never gonna have a shop like this guy. But my app studio, like the way he's like thought through and built out this whole shop, I can imagine this being like my app studio. You're not supposed to share your big dreams and everything, but it should be obvious if you know me. Like, I used to have code nights on Friday where I invited all my friends over who are into that kind of thing, which ended up being anywhere from 3 to 10. Sometimes they'd bring their girlfriends and they'd hang out. And then Hackerspace, like the Hacker Dojo. Friday nights, Hacker Dojo happy hour. It was a lot about drinking, but also like everybody had their computers too, so there was a lot of hacking and showing stuff off and stuff too. So a lot of people had their computers, not nearly everybody. But the people I was hanging out with a lot of times. Yeah, text-based laptop. That's legit in 2024. Like, something to aspire to for sure. Even if it's by necessity in that case, like it's still, you know, like I'm a big fan of the single purpose devices like this, my tablet. I guess that's the other thing before smartphones too. My voice recorder, wherever that went off to. Still have a wired mouse, like very little wireless, as little as possible. What else? I guess I'm pretty light right now because I'm just like hiked into the hackerspace. I need to make like $100 a month more so I can get a desk that has.
I'd like to do that, and you do the research.
I could probably just show you,
You don't think you're actually necessarily
but
going to do it. You don't know. And
you know, office drawer, it locks, and then I can leave my stuff there, unlike here. Informally, if I'm like going, if people go to lunch or something, they can leave their, in practice, like the owner is not upset about that. Like we know each other, you know. But overnight or something, no. So if I were to pay $100 more, I get to have the desk where I can leave stuff overnight.
It's not much. It's not much.
Yeah, who knows what they did. They hung out with each other.
We were going to have to do. I haven't even looked.
Because, yeah, this was when I owned the property, so there wasn't like problems with like landlord, neighbor, anything like that. We could just hang out. Had a,
Down to where this is the top.
I mean, decent sized TV, good couple couches and a recliner, and then it was in like a nice tall two-story like,
Take a look at this.
forget the name, like vault or whatever.
Race motor.
So it was like really open, and then there was a fireplace,
Small bell housing to a
and it was a gas fireplace.
That's designed for a big factory transmission.
I don't even remember because I don't think we literally ever used the fireplace, so it must have been a wood fireplace.
Pocket the firewall here.
Because we needed to get the chimney swept or something, and we didn't want to pay for it.
It's like they
So,
wanted this thing to be put in a Miata or something.
and like we're not dumb kids renting a property, so we're not just gonna do it anyway. Like it's our property,
These
so
will be gone. There's no motor mount, so building the headers, we've got our pinch point there at the rail.
yeah,
But other
that
than
that
we can come down here and we have all this space.
life was so good.
We have the steering shaft, and then we have some lines, but still.
But yeah, and then you know, all us guys were hanging out like in the dining room area, which is like living room, dining room,
Literally.
and then there was a kitchen,
Absolutely crazy.
and I forget if there was a window over the sink that looked into
Man, crazy.
the room, or if we wanted to make a window.
What do you guys think? This is going to be.
I think we wanted to make a window. Like, why didn't they make a window? Maybe it was load bearing, I don't know.
It's 3 or something, like a high RPM LS. You know, not too worried about power, more so just
Yeah, the responsiveness, every little,
rev it out and all of that.
like, well, up to 20 milliseconds we're not supposed to notice perceptibly, but
I mean,
I feel like somehow with wireless stuff, those milliseconds pile on pretty quick.
it's kind of tough having to deal with it. I'm just kidding. It's yeah, it just. I don't
But
know.
then it's also just like the magnetic field, you know, even if it's a slight magnetic field, like what I talked about in the video with like my heart maybe interrupting the radio or whatever, like every little thing with wireless, like it's probably nothing, you know, it's probably nothing, it's probably fine, but maybe it's not. So that's two of the things with wireless is just like, you know, keeping the, you know, radio space slightly less polluted. Not, I mean, really, with everything else going on, it doesn't even matter anymore. But, and then two, it's just like responsiveness, battery life. And like Kindle, it's in airplane mode. My phone, almost always in airplane mode. That's why it doesn't even matter if I have service. It's like for taking pictures, that kind of stuff. It's cracked. And indeed, it's in airplane mode. see if this will come through. From yesterday, not really coming through. Turn the brightness up. The pictures never do the color justice anyway. Super nice. We just got a whole bunch of rain from the bomb cyclone. And so it's been like 115 all summer, so dry. And so it's just like the energy going out into nature right now is just so, that's some concrete tree. It's like refreshed. It's like, oh, finally, finally. This rock has got all this moss on it. I mean, the trees are like 30, 50, whatever years old, so they're like, they've been through all this before. They know what's up. I thought, is this what I think it is? No. Yeah, well, there's some buried pipe from like the 1800s, allegedly. Or it could be, actually, I don't know the history of what the pipes are supposed to be, but that's, the history of the park is it was like more active in the 1800s. So I was looking at like flow patterns of the water coming down. Just like how does it affect the landscape? Because I've been coming to this park since February of last year, and a big thing was I want to see the full year life cycle, almost a few years through, and just like really learn like everything about the landscape, features. Not like of this park, not like learn the whole geography of this park, but just like what all the different features are. Yeah, this is what was the coolest thing, and this is close to the beginning coming in. Like, what do you see here? It's a hole full of a bunch of rocks. And if you've never seen a ton of moving water for a long period of time, like, you might have no idea how they might have got there. Did aliens do it? Nah, it's just like the water was going down this path in such high volume that the rocks, you know, they're sticking to the bottom because they're heavier, but they fall in this hole, and now the water keeps flowing without the rocks. So beautiful. Little peek of the sun coming through. I know these are so blurry, but I can see them. So it's like my own reaction video. The spot I usually hang out at, so the tree got pushed down from the force of the water from the Pacific bomb cyclone. So it was a lot of rain, but it was so much rain that it pushed this giant tree down a hill a little bit, like pulled it out of the dirt and pushed it down. And here it's driving within a park, so you can see some burnt out area, and they grazed this area with goats, but you can see all the greenery coming in. And man, if you're local, you really know where that is. Don't say, please. This is from a couple weeks ago. Nice red tree. A while back. Can't really see it's an evening sky. So where it's not blue, it's like super orange and pink clouds. More rocks. I don't even take the time to go through and do this myself. Like, this is a first time reaction to me too. And every time I take pictures, I think about that. Like, man, I've got so many, because it's like the same thing as videos. I've got like 500 videos or whatever, but you know, like I'd be stretched to say if a video was real or whatever. Please don't use that as a prompt to make an AI on me. Please don't. More rocks, so many rock pictures. I love the rocks. What's up in the chat? I'm in my own little world. Scott Haley, it's responsive, but it's like it goes to sleep if I don't use it for a minute or, oh, let's see, more before that. Depends on the wireless mouse, I guess. I had a G Pro wireless and it was pretty responsive. That was Drive to Success. Scott Haley says it's responsive, but it's like it goes to sleep if I don't use it for a minute or so, and it takes a half a second to start moving again. Yeah, I've seen stuff like that. That's boring. That's not fun. I don't game, so I don't need instant response. Yeah, I don't game either. It is annoying though, and for whatever you're doing. Yeah, you're right. Do you sleep with the AC on or just roast at night? I had a fan. This would be a good time to draw. What did it say my battery was? 45. Ooh, I better turn. So the audio is going to get grainy, but I have to charge up for a little while. Oh, I forgot it's super slow. Come on. Delete. So anyway, yeah, I just have, on really hot nights, I have 2 fans, and most nights just 1 fan, and I don't really need any fans, but it's just for like super enhancing the airflow, or not doing anything to the airflow. So if I have 2 fans, it's over 2 different windows and it creates a stream going through. And if I have 1 fan, it's just on 1 window. I exhaust it. And then, oh, and you couldn't even see my hands very clearly. But yeah, hopefully the spoken description worked. The trees are veterans. Oh yeah, the trees are veterans. Yeah, back to what I was showing with the pictures. Yep. Yeah, I love that. There's certain trees too where I've remembered to greet them every time I see them, but I don't with most, like I don't recognize most trees, you know what I mean? The Drive to Success can always use one of those temporary P.O. box things to ship it to ship. What are you talking about? Sorry, I forgot anything about shipping, but yeah, I've got or what I'm gonna ship. Oh, you're talking about the previous line. I'll pay for shipping. Gotcha. I didn't see that. Appreciate the invite or hypothetical invite. Yeah. Appreciate it. But yeah, I think I was gonna get an invite too from somebody, but even still, allegedly one of the well, I saw this thing that says like the 3 rules of manhood. One is to, don't accept late invites. It's like if they don't tell you about it, don't ask. Like if you're not invited, don't ask. Or if they don't, like something like that. There's 3 of them, but yeah, they ring true. How did it go? Don't accept a late invite, and but so in any case, yeah, basically, I had already decided that I was going to just work tomorrow, so a late invite. Now I've got to, change my own internal commitment, and, one of those rules should be like, no, I'm not going to speculate right now. Yeah, I got you, Drive to Success. Thanks for clarifying that. But yeah, Thanksgiving isn't super important to me. Like, I haven't spent a Thanksgiving together since 2017, my last year housed. Coincidence, or just nobody wants to invite the homeless guy? Right? Or the homeless guy who's going crazy. People need to be unfair and engineer situations to make it look like I'm going crazy. Like, so I watched this video today about just a few minutes of it, or it was a few minutes long. But it was about, like, this rookie cop lies on the job. And, he lost his job because he didn't want to tell the detective that he locked his keys in his apartment when he ran down to his car or something like that. So he kicked in his door and said that he thought that he had a burglar because he didn't want to admit that he kicked in his door because he forgot his keys. So it ends up being a false police report. That's like why it's officially lying super bad. But I don't know, man. People they're not always reasonable. Which means I could be lying for whatever reason and not being reasonable as well. Like, you never know. Bad vibes on that topic. Friendsgiving is what we call it over here. Yeah, my last Thanksgiving was Friendsgiving, and yeah, I mean, while I was in Minnesota, close to my relatives, I did not get invited to their events, or I was not relayed the invite, one of the two. So I spent every holiday when I was staying near my relatives, alone as well, in Starbucks for the whole time they were opened, or Caribou Coffee. I liked Caribou more than Starbucks over there. But yeah, so no different, except now I have this space and I'll be here probably. Like, holidays at Starbucks were always interesting. I was loud, but for the most part I just was doing my thing, zoomed in, or locked in as they're saying today. But yeah, I'm glad that you got somewhere to go. Shoot, even in 2014, I hosted Thanksgiving in San Jose. Gotta side eye everything these days. Yeah. I don't know. I'd say, like my boss, I feel like I don't have to side eye anything. The owners of the place, I feel like they're legit. I could get screwed by that, but all the time I spend I save by not worrying about it too. Even if I do get screwed, whatever I get screwed out of, I'll just not worrying about it and feeling like they're legit. is whatever that costs, I guess. They might have, there's a 2.5 gallon bottle as well, Scott. But I think it actually goes up in price per ounce at that point. So I think this was like $1.50, and it's from super local. It's from here. If you can see my, I can't see what you see. Yeah, you can see it. So it's from Mount Shasta, basically, and I'm like, you know, Sacramento's here, and I'm somewhere in between here. So this is like, if I were to, something that's part of my life plan is to drink fresh spring water all the time. And I know they actually make smaller bottles of this same one too, but yeah, it's easier for me to have one big bottle than a million small bottles with the crappy lids. This has got like the best lid. You know, you can you can stack these like 7 pallets high. You know, so it's and I think it's like 3 or 4 layers of bottles per pallet. So we're talking like top of the warehouse in the grocery store. 7 pallets? I don't think it's 7 pallets high. But I mean, these things are tough. Oh, were you offering me a phone? Or someone else? I thought you were offering that other guy a phone. The Drive to Success. Let me see what you said. But anyway, yeah, I don't really want a Pixel either. Well, do I not want a Pixel? I haven't thought about it. I'd have to, whenever I get new stuff, I have to like think through, how does it fit? I have a Pixel 7. Oh yeah, I think you were talking to me and not to Drive to Success. But yeah, no, I'm pretty much good. I just have to do like a $25 repair to fix my screen on this guy, and I know there's like newer stuff on the newer phones and everything, but until I'm outgrowing this phone, I feel like upgrading doesn't really. I guess there are problems with it, but they're mitigated by using this whenever I talk on the phone. So yeah. But yeah, so I mean, I feel like someone else could probably be a better recipient of a phone right now. I mean, this phone isn't great, but yeah, I can talk on the phone with it if I need to, like. And giving it to somebody else, well, it's kind of basically a piece of junk. Like, you know, I can deal with the piece of junk, but I don't really want to give the piece of junk away. I don't really want to throw it away. So yeah, but I hella appreciate it, and I hope it goes to a good home. SE 2020, dang man, you guys just got these spare phones. I'll let y'all know, like, if I need a phone, I'll keep that in mind. But for now, I'll just roll with this guy because it's choice that I'm being very bad about phone and email at this point. Because I've got, sorry for the bump if it messed up your speakers or whatever. Yeah, because I've got phone service at this point. It's all choice now that I am not being. I've got a, like I mentioned once, I'm like a sheltered dog, right? Like, I'm good in comfortable situations, I'm good in familiar situations, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not necessarily listing my true, like, good and bad, blah, 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 but, you know, like dogs that have been through stuff, gone to the shelter, come into a home, they're like skittish at first, they'll only eat certain things, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I'm like trying to not be like that as fast as possible, but I've been out here for like 6 years and through a lot of, you know, life triggers, and like triggers being like the tests that you respond to. So not like, oh, I'm so triggered, but like when life throws things at you, it's been thrown at me and it's triggered me. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of energy to respond the right way, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I've got a phone that works. I've got a life system that works. Soon, maybe I'll be talking on the phone, stuff like that more, but dang, man. Back to
tough having to deal with it. I'm just kidding. It's yeah, I don't know. It makes sense in my head. Let me know what you think, but I'm excited. This is gonna be wild. There. I mean, that's rough.
boom. When I first got onto the street, I told people like I'll probably need like 3 days inside before I can really like be myself again, you know? So now I think it's a little bit more than 3 days, but if I can't even envision having 3 days inside right now. Like, I've looked at, booking a hotel for a few days and, $300, whatever. I'm like, I've got that money in my account, but first of all, even in my own apartment, I sleep on the floor. And so the last time I had a hotel for several days like that in like 2020 or 19, I slept on the floor, and I sat on the bed and stuff during the day, but I still brought in my sleeping pad and slept on the floor. So it's not like I want a warm bed or something. Like, no, I'm fine. But I want a place to keep my stuff. I want an office more than an apartment, but at the start of the channel, I had a 350 square foot apartment. I slept on the floor in the kitchen. Like, I just had a nice office area. You can see it all because I was doing all that stuff. And my friends thought I was like staging stuff, faking stuff. I'm like, they're like, one thing, I want to have like a real conversation with the person who said like, are they buying your videos? I'm like, good Lord, like what? Are they buying my videos? Like, I thought he was like referring to a product, but the more I thought about it, he's like, no, are they buying it? I'm like, what? But what's up, Carol? How you doing? OJM, how you doing as well? Let me go from, so I'll start in order. So you probably have, but have you thought about going to work on an organic farm or getting a camper? Well, getting a camper, yes, I've even looked at getting a van, which I think is probably going to be cheaper than a camper, and then DIY campering it. It's just saving money. It's like I need like $5,000 to start that, or I need $5,000 to move into an apartment. And with what I'm making right now, there's $800 a month apartments in the area, easy, even less if you're lucky, no roommates, anything. But it takes money to move in, and then you want to have a little safety net left over, and then you probably want a little to furnish, but that's optional right now. Furnishing, completely optional, because like I've got everything I need to work, gym, co-working, yada yada, so I don't even like need the space. So move in without furnishing, fine. But yeah, so between camper van and apartment, it's hard to say which. It depends if I'm making enough money to support myself, I don't need an apartment. But if I'm like through the internet, but if I am working just a kitchen job or something, I want an apartment, because it's really weird to live in a vehicle and work it's so close to work. It's weird. And if I was going to be paying that much, I'd just want to get an apartment. And then at that point, I would double down and just get another job in the area. Then I could be more social too at both jobs that I have. And then, you know, I could make much more of like an organic network here. And have I thought about organic farming? Not really. Like, it's, I'd have to get back on that one, but basically no. And then Scott, do I need any other stuff? No, like, yeah, I got a lot of extra crap you're not using. But yeah, no, I'm the same way when I got stuff like that, like, and yeah, I was thinking about the charity case thing on the way earlier. Like, man, I realize how much of my life I've been a charity case. It doesn't feel good. And then for a lot of my life, I was not, like, once, like when I was younger, when I was a kid, I was a charity case. But then, like, when I got to be, you know, 17 or so, when I started making money from computers, and even 14, like the day I turned 14, I got a job at a grocery store. I started working. So, but when I was depending on my parents, I was a freaking charity case. So, like, yeah, I know what it's like to be a charity case. Like, and I don't like, I don't think I disliked it at the time, but after supporting myself for so much of my life, and then like getting peeks back into it when I went back to my family unit and stuff, like, man, I just don't want to. And so I'm like hyper independent, and but I'm also not too proud to take stuff that I need either. Like, I did have to learn to take stuff that I need. You know what I mean? Like, I've stayed at a homeless shelter. Like, I accepted, like, when I was in the homeless shelter, I was so skinny, and I was still vegetarian, but they knew I was vegetarian. I didn't even want to lay down that I was vegan. So I ate vegetarian there, which means I added dairy stuff, because it was like hospitality. And then also while I was working in kitchens through a temp agency, like, chefs would bring me a plate, and it would be like, you know, a chicken breast, or like they'd be like super generous, like 2 chicken breasts, and and then say, okay, oh, they should have asked you. Come on, like, I'm gonna eat that. Come on, like, you know what I mean? So yeah, I can definitely like humble myself to like any level and take charity when I need it, but yeah, I'm like genuinely good, so I hella appreciate it. Finally, to leave a comment. Good to hear you guys enjoy the videos, OJM. Yeah, I try to only make them when they'll be enjoyable too. Like, you know, I've mentioned I might ad monetize the channel, but I really don't think I want to do that. I've got an issue to work through with, just because the experience without ads is so much more enjoyable. I notice when channels don't have ads on, and like, that's the most disparaging thing I want to say. Like, I don't want to bash ads by any means. Like, and if you really hate them, you can get premium. That's the, you know, that's the part of it where, you know, even if I had ads, at this point I'm not like opposed to it, but the experience not having them is so good. Like, and then in terms of memberships, my monetization is paused right now because I got to verify my identity, and I've heard from other channels that it involves checking mail, and to check mail I've got to go to San Francisco. So it's just like, I'll basically set it up next time I'm going to go to the Bay Area, which is probably soon, as soon as possible. I'm always watching the event calendar to go to the Bay Area. A van, oh sorry, I missed your comment, Drive to Success. A van would be the go price-wise for sure. Yeah, if I'm working online, a van would be what's up, and I would go probably to the Bay Area. But the thing is, the reason I'm here, like, the hackerspace that I go to in the Bay Area, Hacker Dojo, membership is cheaper, and there's way, way, way more immersion in what I do there than here. So just dollar for dollar, and then minimum wage is the same. So if I got another job that had the same amount of hours, I'd come out ahead in the Bay Area because I pay a little bit less for the co-working space, and I wouldn't have to travel to the Bay Area to get to those events that I want to go to, which is $25 in gas each way, so $50. Word. So Scott has premium. Good to hear. Good to know. Yeah. Yeah, I've kind of lost all my thought train on monetization because I haven't thought about it in a while. But yeah, I mean, I'm not eager to monetize. Would be a conclusion either way. I'm not eager to monetize. Oh, but you should get paid for your work and your time and everything. Absolutely, for sure, for sure. I'm obviously not putting as much time into it as a professional creator. Like, it's a hobby, we'll say. And so, you know, more money is always good, but I'm not ready to do what it takes to, you know, earn money. You know what I mean? You know, my phone number changes every 90 days because it's a little bit cheaper to get a new SIM than to renew. So it's like there's that little thing of like having to remember to do all that stuff. And it's not a big thing. That's not a, like, oh my God, here's the answer. Now you can do it. It's like, what am I not thinking of? You know, it's like the shelter dog thing. Like, I'm safe. I'm comfortable. I still have the drive. But I'm just not trying to jump too high. And you have an ad blocker that works, so monetize it up, collect from the PayPig advertisers, right? Void Data, hey, what's up? How you doing? Have you ever watched a YouTube channel called The American Homeless Holocaust? A lot of people compare him to you. No, but I saw a video that was of a guy mentioning that. I should check it out. And then, God, how did I don't remember the whole series of events, but yeah. And I think I might have liked one of your comments on one of those videos, Void Data. Or there's another Void Data, because I remembered Void Data when I saw the name. Scott Haley, you wouldn't make much at all at this point, so it may not be worth it. That's the thing too. On the other hand, you never know when a channel's going to get huge. Like I really explore like the small channels that YouTube throws at me, and I see channels get big very fast. So it is possible, you know, and then they go from, you know, what I would estimate is $10 a month to, you know, hundreds. It's hard. It depends how specific their audience is and stuff too. Like I know it's not just this many views, this many view minutes, this much money. It's like how specific is the niche, and stuff like that too. So yeah. But yeah, it's more about just the identity verification actually right now. And because you guys remember, well, before it asked me to do that, I was like, okay, it's an option now, I'll think about it. Like it's on the table, it's worth thinking about. So I kind of thought it through. but I still wasn't like eager, like this is going to be my job, you know. Like I'm still trying to like make it in this local area, because I went off on a tangent a little bit ago, but yeah, the reason I'm here is because I actually want to buy property near this area. But it doesn't mean I have to make all the money to buy the property here, but like I came here kind of like sniff tested. I've been here for a year in September, last September. So, I mean, the area checks out, so I can now kind of like go make money. And I want to be like 3 rungs of small towns out of here. So like here, next smaller town, and then there's my spot. Scott Haley, how much is your service? Because I prepaid Mint Mobile $360 for 12 months unlimited data. It's $90 per 3 months, so $90, $180, $360, so the same. So this is my, oh, well, it's even less too, because like some gap goes between, like I think there was like a month where I didn't have service again too. So I might hypothetically only have it for 9 out of the 12 months or 6 out of the 12 months. Like there's probably going to be like snowbird kind of effects in my schedules. And you know, it just depends, like what do I need the phone right now for? Nothing. Well, like, okay, don't renew, you know. And then my main number is a Google Voice number, so this is basically a burner number. I forget that I have Google Voice all the time too, because I always had to use it on Wi-Fi couldn't use it at the library because their wireless blocked it. So I had to go to Starbucks to use my Google Voice, and a lot of places block Google Voice, but Starbucks didn't, thankfully. The American Homeless Holocaust is a Minnesotan as well. Word. The channel that I watched was like perspectives of a Minnesotan homeless, like perspective and analysis or something. What's it with all these Minnesota homeless channels, huh? That's weird. Because yeah, I'm from Minnesota, as you know, I guess. I'm a Minnesotan as well. But now, I basically consider myself a Jeffersonian now. Like, this is not California. It is California, but even my boss, I mentioned Jefferson to him. Like, he knows about it, but he's like, he needs to look it up again, he said. So, there's the status of being in California. The young people probably want to say that they're Californians, but older people might be like, man, these taxes are busting my, and we're not even getting any benefit from it because we're like way up in the no man's land, California. You know, north of Sac, there's not a lot of people here, so. Nat Free, hey man, just wanted to stop by and say hello from a fellow subscriber friend. I bought you a coffee on the app too. Thanks so much. Did you help make that app? No, I didn't help make any. Well, I don't know which app you're talking about. The Buy Me a Coffee app, I did not help make. Yeah, they want identity verification too before I can do anything. So I haven't logged into them and looked at the contributions. I saw some came in. Thank you so much. Yeah, identity verification is a hard thing for on the homeless side of things. Yeah, when I was in the Bay Area, it was easy, but since I'm just giving this place the sniff test, I didn't want to change all my addresses to here and then, you know, have it not work out and then have to switch it all back. I mean, technically I haven't moved because I still live in my car, so I would have a fun chat with the judge on that one. OJM Enterprise. Oh, now that I remember, I was still hoping you were going to make a video series. Oh, I keep remembering that, and since you told me, now, sir, it will be delivered. Sir and miss, it will be delivered. Sorry to keep you hanging on that, because it completely slipped out, and I remember it every now and then, and it stings because it's something I said I would do that I didn't. Carol says, I have friends in Hanford, CA. Are you in the oh, that's embarrassing that I can't even say that. Hoquin? I'm not. I'm in the Sacramento Valley. And I think that that's the south part of what's called the Central Valley. So that'd be closer to LA. I'm north of Sac. Let me see here. Oh, you're still looking at my screen. That's funny. I thought you were looking at the camera. I was going to go look at a map for, let's use the other window. Save some memory, close this browser down. Boom, now only one profile open. Nope, that's still there. I use multiple browser profiles, one for personal, one for iSpooge daily. San Jaquin Valley. Joaquin. Is the southern half of California's Central Valley. Yeah, I thought that's what I saw on the map. Void data, critique and analysis of a homeless man from Minnesota. Yeah, those videos are from Ugly Maniac. He has a few. Yeah, that's probably the channel where I saw my name on the title, and I clicked that video, and I watched like 2 minutes of it. I'm like, oh man, I don't know if I can do this. Carol is from Duluth, Minnesota, now in Palm Beach. Hey, what's up? Cool, cool. Duluth, man. I think I've been like, I don't know if I've even been to Duluth or just through Duluth. But man, it looks amazing up there. And yeah, all the stuff around Lake Superior too. I want to look at like the lighthouses and all that stuff. Drive to Success. Do you study anything cybersecurity related as well, or just programming? Not cybersecurity. Not for any particular. It's intimidating, kind of. But it's like, I know I can't be like serious cybersecurity pro, and basically anything I learn will be overridden by whoever the the security guy is in whatever organization I work for anyway. So, it's just like pretty low priority for me to study it. Programming, the main thing. Software engineering, I'll be specific, is programming over time. So like how a code base changes, like how to integrate code bases, and then the process of figuring out what code to write. So like getting to the edge of like technical product management in a way, the writing intensive aspect of, the spec docs, which people think are old fashioned and stuff. But I mean, you still have to write tickets in enough detail that the less detail you write, the more skilled the programmer has to be. So the more specific you write, the more technically minded, the more generic, meaning the wider the net of programmers you can employ and have basically fungible labor. And that's aspects of software engineering too, is like the costs of the system, opinions on estimates. Like there's a study from someone in Microsoft who found out that effectively using story points, like if they crunch all the data down to making everything one story point, meaning invalidate story points, like using story points has no relation on the outcome. So don't waste your time putting points on things, according to this study. So being aware of why some methodologies might be good or bad. So that's like, it's kind of programming, but it's like on the organizational and integrating with business level of it. And so, yeah, like it's not just programming, but it's like, software engineering basically. And a developer would be someone who studies programming, like now moment, I'm given this task, I'm coding it, it's done. Eventually they become a software engineer as they've got experience coding over time and doing these processes, blah, blah, blah. Nat Free, some of my favorite videos too were the Nature Talks and Red Bull Hemingway style. Yeah. Got some sore pain right now. I was thinking about popping this guy earlier. I still could because I don't have work tomorrow and nobody's going to be here tomorrow, and the cleaners came already, so they're not going to come tonight. So we could poke a hole, have some fun. Void data, yeah, I liked your videos where you walked in nature. Yeah, now that the heat's gone, I can do more nature videos. Now that I got a laptop battery, I can do more nature videos. So, noted, that can come back. Nat Free, I did just want to ask, as well as being a musician, do you or did you ever do anything music related? Yes. Oh, it seemed like a guy who made cool album art. That's an interesting thought. But, I played with, so played guitar in high school, not super serious, just messed around with friends. And then just was mostly a fan of music through my life. And then when I was at the Hacker Dojo, there was some music people. So I got into like performance hacking, or mostly just ideas, but like hacking, and I was doing IoT stuff at my job, so I was all thinking about like small sensors and lights and kinetic energy from dancing and stuff like that. So that's like around music, but not making music directly. We had this thing called Hacker Fair, which, oh my god, I want to make a Hacker Fair or go to a Hacker Fair, because that's where you can just that's where you just one-shot getting a full year's clients booked out, because you actually make something and they see it and they're like, dang, you just made that for this, like boom, they're like lining up to talk, and I'm getting hot, boom, calendar's full. So what I did for that Hacker Fair was, there's this open source mixing program where you've got the two decks like a DJ uses. It can connect to like USB controllers, whatever, MIDI stuff. And so I've got a like Hercules RMX controller, or I bought it for the project. Two decks, so set up this open source program to sync it. And then I found the source of media is pluggable. So I made a Spotify source using libSpotify, and that will actually stream the audio data to you as you need it. So you can like seek around a song, pause, play, change song, And if you've got premium, you could even use it offline, because it would use the same cache. The official app used libSpotify, and so you could set it up to use the same cache location. I think they had to be running only one at a time, like either official client or your app could be running on the profile. but I might be wrong about that. But anyway, you could mark it to offline mode through a function, and then you could use it at your heart's content. It would because it's not checking the server while you're offline. So there's not going to be, unless it was coded in ahead of time, but I was able to seek songs, do whatever offline, which is great for, as time goes on, we get better connectivity, but, being able to perform without being dependent on your connection it's good. So, and then I messed around with this program called Overtone, which is, again, in Clojure, Clojure programming language. Overtone was the package. And you could do things like, it's a programming language library. So it was a domain-specific language within Clojure. So it just was certain functions and macros where you could create an oscillator and then create like a thing that played a sound every time the oscillation triggered, and then all kinds of basically you could compose these graphs of or trees of music operations coming out of source. There's another program called Pure Data, often called PD, that I saw this other guy at the Hacker Dojo using, and he's just like dragging all these wires around. So same concepts, but just one's a Lisp programming language and one is a visual UI thing. So yeah, that's my music experience. Let's see, next. Carol says, could you become a private tech consultant? Si, señorita, I could. That's basically my plan. Well, I don't know exactly what you mean by private tech consultant, but if what I think you mean is just like sole proprietorship, private company, yes. That would be specifically the word consultant too, even consultant as opposed to freelancer. They're going to do different kinds of stuff. I think the consultant would do more of the concentration, and the freelancer would do more of like the concentration's done for the most part. Maybe not at exactly the tech level, but it's going to be scoped out. You're going to do this contract basically. It's going to be like going and doing a cover of a song. Not a cover of a song, but I'll stop trying to make an analogy for that. But yeah, it's like consultant will help more. Sort of like I say, the software engineering side is more than just coding. A freelancer would be more just a coder. Not 100%. A lot of freelancers do a lot of consulting type stuff. But the consultant would be like, you talk to me, I'll help you staff whatever solution we come up with. I might be part of the staff, I might not be, Happy Hermit, have you ever messed with AI yet? I'm just starting a little project to present data from SQL, Power BI, clearer and make it searchable. Right on, Happy Hermit, that's awesome. No, search is the use case that I'm looking for with AI. WDoc is the closest to AI that I've gotten so far, and that's I described it in a video before too, but I'll do it again. It's like, I think the video is titled like AI strategy or something like that. Sorry. But so it's got like 100 LLM options, like 30 document type options, and then you can chat with individual documents. You can search across all the documents and search within a document and a couple other things, I think. But if you search on, well, there's a few things for WDoc. If you search WDoc GitHub, then you'll definitely find it. because the other wdoc things are not code related. So w.github should get you there. And don't worry, I have another gallon in the fridge. God, water is life, and I don't remember to refresh enough all the time. Some jobs, like the out of the day worker center in Mountain View, those jobs were very much like agua, like, you know, drink your water. Because they were all like landscaping and stuff jobs outside. Not all, like landscaping, moving, various construction cleanup, but yeah, just labor. So drink your water. But when you're in like an inside place, it's hard to remember all the time. Even at the kitchen, I don't remember all the time. And you start like feeling all drunk and you're like, have I drank water? No. Better drink some. Happy Hermit says, well, Carol says epic. Woohoo. Happy Hermit says, I'm basically writing it to help QA and engineering be able to read failure reports easier, to be able to track stuff like failure. Heck yeah. Boom. You need like several people to do that kind of stuff. But AI can help make one person able to like break it down into much more manageable steps. Man. Like back in the day, we had to write search functions where you could like, it would literally go through all the files in a directory and look at all the content in the file and like regular expression match it or something. And every app had to do that. So we're like, man, we figured out Lucene, which is in Java, and at the time, you know, like a gig of RAM was a lot back then. If even a gig, like half a gig was probably pretty normal. So, I mean, not that Java is heavy, like Java can start with 9 megs of RAM, so I'm not going to make any claim that Java is heavy, but it felt heavy back then. So, spinning up Lucene was a big deal. But we were then able to put all our documents in and have a real search on our own server. Yeah, man, SQL, everyone, even non-programmers should learn SQL. Like when people say they should teach math in school or whatever, like SQL should be part of math. And then Power BI, I don't know what that is, but yeah, one of my rich classmates, I don't know if she's really rich, but relative to me, rich, yeah, she's like more business analyst. Yeah, she did Power BI stuff. So, I'm sure it's lucrative if she was doing it. Still got 72 on the thermostat. Oh, and I can give you clear audio now. Sorry, man, that went on for a long time, but I had to charge the battery up. Should have another hour of more clear audio. You're in heaven now. Just kidding. San Joaquin. I've not been to SoCal. I went to Sand Dollar Beach is the farthest south I've been. It's like right here or something. And that was just one jaunt down for a car, well, not car camping, but basically car camping trip. We had tents, but it was like right next to the cars. That one was nice because it was not a reservation one, so it's first come, first serve, Sand Dollar. Yeah, if we're going to have a meetup, that would be a good place to do it. A campground that is first come, first serve. Although it would very much not be cool if we did not end up getting a spot. But go during, like, I mean, and it was not a peak time when we went. It was a time when it was like 100% that we were going to get a spot. You could set it up, have some food, like, I mean, it wouldn't have to be all vegan, but I'd make my Spanish rice, which I can frickin' live on, literally. So good. I still don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. I should definitely figure that out. Joaquin? Yeah, I'm definitely pronouncing it wrong.
San Joaquin.
Joaquin. I'm not that wrong.
San Joaquin.
Poverty. Mostly looking at the pictures, just like on the menu. Oh, cubic feet per second. And cubic meters per second. So at its peak, it discharges 7,560 cubic feet per second. So that's basically like 8,000 of these per second coming out of the San Joaquin River, Edvernalis. Joaquin. 8,000 per second. Not over 9,000 though. And as little as only about 1,700 of these per second. Oh, there's not even a picture on here. My bad. I usually at least have a picture on there of these. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that. I've never hiked up a mountain, and I don't also want to. I'm happy watching Foresty Forest do it. I'm glad he loves to do it and is good at making videos of it. I do like to hike, but man, I just don't have the time for it right now. I talk about the Maslow's hierarchy of needs and having my needs met and like not doing inappropriate, like going hiking is basically not appropriate right now at my level of, needs being met, because unless it's to save money for like 3 days, but I don't have all the gear to do it, and then like I just buy all the gear and put it in storage. We'll pick easy ones that you don't need gear for. So yeah, I do that one time a week on my day off, one of my 2 days off, usually my Saturday, but this time my Saturday was super rainy and my Sunday was super nice. So I kept working on Saturday and did it on my Sunday. Oh man. But yeah, it's really nice, like 300 days a year. So it's mostly gonna work out if I do it. If I plan to do it. Which is, acclimation period. I kind of knew that if it was going to be anything like the Silicon Valley, just super moderate all year. It gets colder than there, but I can deal with that. I don't know if it gets hotter or not. This year was an anomaly. Like, people here barely remember 115 happening, but it was like that for weeks this year. So hopefully next year it'll be more like 100. Like 100 is so nice. 115 is getting a little bit excessive. Yeah, I love that. It's so big too, it looks like a teeny tiny stream, but that's like, those trees are big. The river is also big. Look at this dumpster fire, California. Most of California is rural. Most people don't know that, but most of California is rural and just like this. I mean, we're not seeing like little slices where there's not people. Like, this is most of the state. What we see on TV is the little slices that have people. There's definitely flooding here. So we're in a valley, there's going to be flooding. Way over here. Oh, look at that. But yeah, I think I'll prefer Sacramento Valley over San Joaquin Valley, personally. Largely because, and this isn't like a premeditated thought, but thinking about it now, rivers flow north to south. So like, there's probably going to be water coming down fresh into the south side as well. But like, we got the Sacramento River and stuff like coming through here, like down from Mount Shasta where this water comes from. Like, this is the same water. I mean, there's going to be a lot more. It's not going to be 100% the same, but because it's north to south, and this is upstream from where we are, pretty similar stuff coming down from Shasta. And back. Power BI, Happy Hermit says, Power BI is just MS tool that helps transform raw data into cleaner reports, charts, and visualization. Yeah, I mean, that's that's the money right there. I mean, that's literally what like so much stuff I'm doing is getting raw data into cleaner reports, charts, and visualizations. Like, so much of what I'm doing is what Power BI does. So that's, and I said the other day, when I was in high school, Microsoft apps were so powerful and well integrated that they were put under investigation, and that was by the Department of Justice for antitrust. Specifics out the window, just, you know, from a gangster perspective, yeah. So powerful and well integrated, you're under investigation. I'm just like, something to aspire to, for sure. Like, nothing against Microsoft. I would even work for Microsoft. They're probably I never wanted to work for Google, Apple, etc., because I definitely could have. But Microsoft, maybe. And the reason I didn't consider is they're in Seattle and not the Bay Area. But yeah, Microsoft, so it's just basically not somewhere that I'd work right now, because I'm no interest in going to Seattle, but not negative interest. It's the overcast that I'm not cool with. Like, I went to Denver over Seattle because of the sunshine, 300 days plus per year. And do I follow Maddie Van Halen? On Twitter, I think, but it's not a name that I see day to day. And I'm not familiar, like, with any, I probably wouldn't catch any reference. And Happy Hermit says, I should come up to Seattle. You could introduce me to some professional groups. Oh, you're up there. Word up. A lot of people working on stealth projects these days and hiring like mad here. Good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah. The overcast thing is just such a deal breaker. And the climate zone, because I need to be somewhere where avocado trees grow. So I'm pretty sure they don't grow quite that far up north. But I'm definitely going to grow avocado for personal use more than to farm it. But if it grows well and I have access, then yeah, sure, I'll sell some too. But I want to grow all my own food. And avocado, rice, and beans are my staple. So I need to, not to say I can only live one place, but yeah, I'd have to think about Seattle. Like, I can't just like go on a whim, even though it's probably got a lot of stuff. And I'm already at home in the Bay Area, so it'd have to offer an advantage over the Bay Area too. But then again, business is about who you know, not like what's biggest. So if there's like specific opportunities in Seattle, then, you know, especially if so if it's like a contract, if it's more of a freelance thing, where if it's like I don't know, there's a few different tracks. There's founder track, consultant, freelance. But what I mean to say is, if it's like a month-long engagement, just like here and the Bay Area, my cost of living doesn't change because I pay the same car insurance. You know, food, depends on food a little bit, but I mean it's going to be within a few percent. Like here, it's 13% above national average cost of living. But I don't know that well, see, the reason I keep all my receipts too is so that I can actually make like concrete statements like that. Like, I'll plug another piece of my work. I've got the receipts project, and that's, you know, I've got all these different packets of receipts that I've still got to deposit into storage, but so go to this. You can probably see it from that little screen, but So receipt full of, an envelope full of receipts, and another, and another. Carol says, you're close to Squeaky from Mason's main squeeze. Or Manson's main squeeze. Oh, Squeaky, I think Marilyn Manson. I got no idea. And Get On, hey, how you doing? 436. Yeah, I'm currently in California, but I basically consider it Jefferson territory. Like, I don't know if you've heard of like the whole Jefferson thing, but you know, it's the rural northern part of California, so barely California. Happy Hermit loves the gloomy weather. Yeah, I could do the gloomy weather for a period. It doesn't really even matter when you're in an office or whatever. So, like, if I was there to make some money, then I could do it, is what I'm trying to say about that month engagement or whatever thing. Like, I'm not anchored to any place. And if I'm making good money to where it's easy to get $5,000 for a starter van, then I could so execute well living in a van, taking showers at the gym, and going to whatever office. Living in the car and working in an office is not going to work out because I need just a little more space at home to get ready in the morning and stuff like that, you know? Like, in the car, it works. I would love to get like some professional video of it too, but I'm not going to film it in this town where I stay because it's a small town. I don't want people to see that. Like, I need to be pretty stealth here. Like, pull into the spot after dark and leave before light, basically, or not too much after. And I'm in a car as opposed to a van, so nobody even thinks that somebody might be in there, even if the windows are cracked. It's a safe town, and people leave their windows cracked all over the place, so that's not even a huge factor either. Lake Jefferson. No, well, I don't know. I don't even know about a Lake Jefferson, but it's like this political thing of separating Northern California and Southern Oregon into a new state. And there might be other stuff like breaking California into multiple states that go along with it. But specifically, Jefferson would be like north of Sacramento to, I don't know what the landmark in Oregon is. I've got no idea about Oregon, but like a third of Oregon, the south side. So yeah, like if it's to make money, I would not worry about what the weather is at all. I'd be like, I'm here to make money for a year, whatever. Like if it's there, then the money can be made, you know. Carol, the state of Jefferson, do they plan to secede? I mean, that's the plan, but I've not met anybody in real life who knows of it. I've only read about it, just one web page online, and I'm like, because I was like a big Ron Paul supporter, and so the idea of leaving Silicon Valley and coming to Sacramento Valley and then finding out that there's like people who want to secede and make its own state, like to me that's fertile ground. Let's go. But I'm an outsider coming in. I mean, Bay Area is only a few hours away, so it would be impacted by California breaking up, definitely. And I remember hearing about it a long time ago, and I was like, that's cool, but I was like, I'm in the Bay, like it's whatever. We're, you know, the Bay Area, like the Bay and LA are the big economies, so they're going to be the middle of, like, it's going to get better for them, basically. Maybe, it might get. it wasn't going to get worse probably. Yeah. Happy Hermit, I've been remote for 3 years now. I don't think I could go back to a office again. I've honestly been ruined. Yeah, I've never had a full remote tech job or wanted one, and I came to the Bay because maybe I'm just a boomer in my thinking, but there's something about being physically present with people and having all the hacker spaces and stuff around, all the big tech companies around, like that energy just drew me, and I just wasn't even interested in remote at all. So post 2020 obviously requires a re-eval, but I haven't even like I've just been hanging on for dear life in kitchen jobs. Like, this is the highest level that I've thought in a long time. Like, I'm not challenged with these questions very much, or these, I don't have to think about this stuff very much. Like, I can be hopeful and, find this stuff sometimes when I'm here, but I'm mostly like coding for my life to like make something. I said I need a business, right? Like, cash flow quadrant: employment, self-employment, business, investment. Freelancing and consulting is still self-employment, which means you're still tied to time for money. The Notes app without support is a business. I can sell it like a book, and I don't need to be there for it. Like, copies can just sell. Like, I can be doing whatever. Sales can. It's not to say the markets will find it. So yeah, my job is marketing this thing that I sell now, right? So that's the business. But once I figure out the marketing method, then I hire somebody to do the steps. So there's always going to be some link to a business and its founder, or the person who owns that part of the business, the product owner, I guess, and manual steps, because you can't like code an app that you've never done manual steps for. You can, but it would be a really bad idea, and like, who's going to pay for that? People with money they didn't earn. Yeah, people with investor money will blow money on apps, indeed. Thinking about, I'm so on bootstrapper land now, so like manual processes start everything, and then you automate, like, okay, this works, we can take a few weeks earnings and reinvest it back into the process of automating a script for it. Okay, so yeah, I need, like, when I'm talking about building a business in the last video specifically, I mean like things that I don't have to be there for. But, when I talk about going to the Bay Area to get some clients for freelance, that's obviously self-employment, freelancing or consulting. Those can turn into agencies where you reproduce your process and put it into other people. So that's the early manual steps of that bigger level process of find clients, work in a certain way, deliver work, That's from consultancy, or like solo to agency. Happy Hermit says, you take on so many hats doing what you're doing. It's good you're staying sharp on those skills despite your day job. Yeah, I mean, it's so corny to say, but glory to God, basically, because I don't really credit myself for doing it. I'm just like here trying to have a good existence through not crime, not, stuff like that. you'd be shocked how many people sell drugs, you know? And they're doing good at their dumb little job that they just basically have for tax reasons, and they just sell drugs. Okay, well, to me, I'm like, yeah, whatever about drugs, like, if it's not hurting anybody. But then this whole supply chain thing, I don't want to be in that business just because it's not like legit taxable business. Like, so I just don't touch anything that's not legit business. So, you know, just not interested. So, not interested in that. I have to do something, so I do this. This is $200 for this laptop. Like, it's like almost the cheapest thing I can do to pass time. So yeah, like, strip out any kind of virtue I might have insinuated. It's the cheapest thing I can do to pass time. Carol says, no joke, the work life here in Palm Beach is toxic. I'm an activist and people author, and people are venomous. That's too bad to hear. The work life in Palm Beach is toxic and people are venomous. I don't think people everywhere are venomous. So I don't know if what your people are venomous, you're talking about just there, but whenever I'm here, I keep feeling like I'm in Denver. The people here are good. Yeah, like I talk about this narcissist stuff. It's still, like, every time I make a video, like, I feel like I should say, it's like not a lot of people, you know. It might be one person in every environment, but it's like not most people by any means. It's like one person in each place. Message retracted. Speaking of investing, what do you think about the VC culture these days? What do I think about the VC culture? I'm just not on it right now. I don't know what the culture is like for VCs. What I care about is if VCs have emails in my inbox or not. So, inbound. So I need to attract rather than chase. So once VCs are coming to me, then I'll see what their culture's like. But yeah, it's sort of like monetizing the channel. Like, when it was just going to work out, like, okay, I turned it on. But if I have to, like, run to my mailbox and verify my identity and all this stuff, when I get around to it. Sorry if I said, who knows why Carol retracted that message, but yeah. San Joaquin. I've hella got to pee. What's the most interesting thing that you guys can read? You can read about why it was named BRB. I was like looking for a headphone. Like, we should. It'd be more fun if everybody could talk, huh? Your response was fine. Some people don't like chat history. Gotcha. $9:00. Should probably get out of here pretty soon, or pull an all-nighter and shut off the chat and actually do something. Man, I need a social life, cause, well, what am I doing? I'm like skipping out. You know, I'm like, it's more active than just like binge coping. And yeah, today was not especially like anything. Nothing to cope from today. I'm just trying to think about what I'm doing that's like work related. Like, yeah, we tried out the watch party thing. That was fun. It worked. Oh, it looks like someone else came too.
We're looking at, it could,
but yeah, this app is so cool.
Is touching the rack mount. But basically, if we just rebuild the rack just down a tiny bit, we'd clear. This is how low we could get it.
All right. Yup. What if I do 12 more hours on this stream? Woo. Have to find some kind of music or something that we can play without getting popped for copyright. Then I just, yeah, the problem with like using my one computer for everything is I don't want to show everything on the screen. So maybe I could. So what I could have been doing instead of this live chat is setting up this little computer so that we could have a live chat on a dedicated little computer. And then I could do a full screen everything. And I wouldn't need that encoder box necessarily. I could remote desktop in through this computer and then just share that window like I'm doing now with the screen. And then we could have just like free range hack-in. I could even give keyboard control away. This is 2 generations old Raspberry Pi. This is about as much power as last I gauged it when I made the comparison was like 2018 or so. This is about a EC2 T2 X small or T2 dot small, 1 gigahertz, 1 gig of RAM. It's almost like the unit compute. I've got like 5 of these, at least 4, at least 3, maybe 4, maybe 5. They were $35 originally, and so you're thinking, oh, well, why don't you just sell those for some money? Maybe $5. 5 of them for maybe $30, I guess. Yeah, the whatever Minnesota whatever channel was like looking at some homeless guy video that I was watching, not mine. And he was like, yeah, this guy's got stuff that he would definitely sell, like if it came, he's like if either the camera broke or the laptop broke, he would sell some of that stuff. But I was thinking about doing a response video too, as maybe a trial format. That's when I was thinking about the 3 different cases for copyright that I've seen, or 4, including appeals. But like, I understand why someone would not sell the last of their last, even if I might agree with a whole bunch of that guy's criticisms on that guy, but I can still see the perspective of, because one, working is biblical. Like, if you store up too much in your storehouse, you're going to lose it. Now, all these rich people, they're not just sitting on huge piles of money. All their money is working. So they don't have too much necessarily, because the money is all working. It's all doing stuff. It's all flowing. The storehouse is the stagnant energy, the stagnant money that's just there waiting for a rainy day. That's going to get blown away. But if all your money is working, good. So that's what I constantly try to do, is not have too much stuff that isn't doing anything. But Harlan, you're not making any money on your business. Yes, but my business is tiny data center, daily driver apps, etc., etc. So I can resign myself to this surf life and have two labor, wagey type jobs. Now that I'm pretty acclimated with this whole situation, but you almost really need an apartment to do that. So it's like, anyway. So this is what I do here is my second job. Like, I work doubles every single day because I treat this like paid work. Maybe it won't pay off, maybe it will. But to give all of this stuff up without, it's from my cold dead hand sort of thing. Like, yes, there are small periods where I can't quite pay my own bills and then I beg. So that would be where people could criticize me right there. I'm not sitting on a stockpile of, if I had if I had a laptop that was worth $500, I would sell it because I can get a $200 laptop. I could sell 3 of these and keep 2, but selling 3, it's going to take work to sell 3 of these, and it's the work of selling it versus what I'll actually get out of it. How much time do I have to put in for this $15 transaction? A lot more than a half a day. So yeah, people could definitely criticize that. What time does this place close? It's 24/7. Happy Hermit. Yeah, it's a co-working space. I pay $180 a month for 24-hour access, and 9 to 5 access is less. So I pay a little bit more, but I'm here before 9 and after basically 3 most days. I'm here about 4 p.m. to 8 or 9 p.m. and then I'm here anywhere from 5 to 7 until, if I work at 9, until 8:40, and if I work at 8 until 7:40. So I just come in here, got those slots. Do I have any immediate needs right now? It depends on what level of Maslow's. I freaking need an apartment. But, can I sleep somewhere secure tonight? Yes. So, my system works. and my job pays me more money than I spend, so eventually I'll get to this need of an apartment, but I've stopped trying to save because saving means putting off oil changes, skipping meals. But the thing is, once I have an apartment, then I can pay the rent because I can get rid of a bunch of stuff, and then I'm saving money as it is. So it's like saving up to $5,000 at $300 a month of savings per month is what is the problem here. So even if I could bump it to $500 a month saved, it's still 10 months away. So, and why not get a second job? I've said in a video before, acclimation period. Now I can get a second job. Now I can put all of this stuff in storage and get a second job. Like the showering is the main thing with the second job, and the sleep schedule, because I'm constrained to a certain sleep schedule. But right now, and then usually you're in an algorithmic schedule, but thankfully at this job it's a fixed schedule every week. So that lets me have a second job. But if I was still at the grocery store that I worked at, where my schedule is swinging mornings to nights to afternoons every week different, there's no way you can have two jobs if you have even one job like that. But that was every single corporate retail job that I've had so far. Like every W-2 job has been algo scheduling. So I just anticipated that, and when it was not that, often the jobs would start me off on a fixed schedule and it would turn into algorithm schedule like a month or 2 months in. Maybe less, but you know, like, so I was so skeptical that I would have the same schedule every week. And the first couple weeks, indeed, it did change as we were figuring out exactly what it was going to be. But then after week like 3 or 4, it hasn't changed. So, but it took me months to accept that it was going to be fixed, because also with the corporate retail, they'll just lie to you. You're just a little peon. Like they'll tell you that you're going to have a constant schedule to hire you, and then you're hired and now you're in the algorithm, and that's just how the algorithm says. So, you know, it's another facet of narcissistic abuse, right? The narcissistic, which, you know, again, it's not like, it's like the biblical reprobate or something. It's like the devil, like the jinn sort of testing you sort of things, where it's just literally a part of life. Like, it's, don't have to even call it evil. It's just like a part of life that's there poking you. Loops are another way that they've been described to that whole thing. So it's, you're in this big loop, and the whole loop just drains you. But it's always pushing me closer to do that thing that I've known I should do since I was 17. Like, I found a paper that I wrote in high school saying I want to start a software company and yada 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 yada. But what do I do? Like, my family trained me, just have a job. Like, if you don't have a job, you're a disappointment. Like, maybe not literally in those words, but you know, there's no excitement when I go out to do my own thing, and it's all big congratulation party when you get a new job. Like, so, and then be a people pleaser on top of all that, so you're getting these signals that you should be doing the job and not starting your own thing, even though that's like what you're really doing. But like, all I know is get a job. All I've been programmed and conditioned, and like, when I'm not in a super like free state, I feel like I just want to get a job. Like, it's comfortable, except when it's not. But I keep starting my own thing and then just stop it because I get a job, you know. But all the way back. So I'm entertaining a high school delusion by starting a company. Are people even here still? I guess they'd probably say bye, but maybe not. 7 people. What's up? I guess it's getting pretty late for most people. 9:26 on the West Coast. But the day before Thanksgiving, people should be sober because they're saving themselves for getting drunk tomorrow. They should be just chilling. They already went out to eat at the restaurant because they didn't want to cook or order DoorDash. Yep, I've got 5 G's immediate need to move into an apartment. But if I can't move into an apartment, I've got pretty much no needs. I'm even surrounded by plants right now. Like, this space is hella nice. Like, I know it's not an accident that I keep getting nice things and ending up nice places. Sucks that there's always those little, I was going to say gin, but like that's probably a less common way of referring to them, but like those little tests and those little loops all over the place to try to, new levels, new devils too, so it's like as I level up or down, there's going to be, like leveling down, the monsters were much more in my face and visible, you know, the workplace narcissists, the narcissists. They're so much more in my face than like corporate psychopaths, you know? Like it's just so, like literally the people have nothing to lose by literally punching you in the face if you upset them. So you're literally not upsetting people because you don't want to literally get punched in the face. Where in corporate, like you're not going to get punched in the face. Like you might get mobbed, you know, you might get canceled, but you're not literally going to get hit. Still here watching TV and listening? Yeah. I'm just staring at the plants and talking to myself now. So I hope it's entertaining to y'all who are still here. $100, I'll shotgun a Red Bull. Then we'll have hours of fun. I'll even, if I Red Bull it, we could even risk a copyright strike on the channel. We'll just push it until we get a strike. How about that? Then we can watch content on the channel. We'll do all kinds of stuff. Ooh. Do you do DoorDash at all? My buddy's trying it part-time in Vegas and can't make any money on it. Happy Hermit says that. No, I don't DoorDash. There's reasons I don't DoorDash. I haven't DoorDashed. I could DoorDash now. Now I think the big... Well, one, just... I don't want to put the wear and tear on my car that much. But doing it by bike, especially if I went into San Francisco and did it by bike, because I know the city and I have strong legs. And my bike is decent. I've ridden up a lot of the hills. And I don't know what kinds of controls you have over like what neighborhoods you'll go to and stuff, but I could make some real dough if bike delivery is... God, I haven't even thought about, like, I've thought about being a bike messenger, but I haven't, like, in-depth analyzed, is that a good move, you know? Like going to Seattle, like, I know, well, if I know the job and everything, there's less to analyze. Like, if I know it's a freelance coding gig in Seattle, that I have to be there for a month, there's like no risk there to me. It's like, because I know the work, you know, all that stuff, but dashing, it's like a lot to think about. The whole extra showering, extra eating, pooping, you know, the whole urban camping roster of. Plug in another piece of my work, Urban Camping Pro, which, yeah, I've got a draft on my Kindle I can show. Urban Camping Pro is all of the things you need to be able to do, and it is open source on GitHub. There's draft PDFs published right now. It's also on Gumroad. You can pay what you want, over $3 for a pre-order. That'll be the PDF only. But there's the plug. So the content. Urban Camping Pro, Professional Urban Camping. There we go. I don't know if this is the latest edition or whatever, but this is the very end of it. Are you still on the camera view? Yeah. So yeah, Ribbon Farm Gervais, like, not necessarily, but that's, I speak in like that sort of that way about things. Hierarchy of so-called basic human needs, plenty of I don't know why I referred to that. It's not black pill, but it's black pill and white pill are pretty similar. White pill just takes a different spin on things, so maybe white pill. It's like reality, but make the best of it sort of thing. And then hierarchy of so-called basic needs. Plenty of literature can be found on, oh god, I wrote SR on here, and indeed, depending on the level of woo that the reader can accept, they may buy the idea that manifestation ability can be increased by retaining seed. What do you think the last time Jesus, oh my god, this is hella a draft, you guys. When do you think the last time Jesus played with himself was? What? When do you think the last time Jesus played with himself was? When he turned, I think there's supposed to be a comment there, was, question, when he turned water into wine? The last time blank spanked it. Oh my god. You sure you don't want to buy this book, you guys? Come on. This is supposed to just be about boring things like where to park, how to do your DMs, how to do your email. So this is a copy that had, I started off with all of Maslow's layers, but then I broke it down into just physical. So this is a draft that has more than just physical. Talking about Jesus spanking it. I'm so sorry, this is usually a family-friendly channel. You'll just have to explain that one to your kids. I'm sorry. See, like the danger of doing live streams with your personal, like write drunk, edit sober. It's not to say I was drunk when I wrote that, but it's just to say, which I haven't wrote any of this drunk. Like alcohol would probably be good for writing because it's a stimulant. It's a masculine poke, go do. But the biggest problem with alcohol is with dealing with other people also. So, and everything culture says is wrong and backwards. Well, they say as long as you're not drinking alone, as long as you're drinking with other people, it's well, if everything society says is backwards, whoop. And it's literally not a sin to drink. It's just not kingly behavior. You're not going to conduct yourself right. So drinking alone and writing is something that I never would have done when I was like a good social functional alcoholic. I don't drink at home. I just drink 15 drinks when I'm out with people. Right? But knowing what I know now, and like that kind of stuff is like all over this book, but it's actually just like boring stuff. So editing, literally, so I was doing hotel once a week and using that as my editing time, and that's where I got like writing versus editing. And we generalized into execution and concentration for like. So that doesn't quite work, writing and editing, because concentration would be editing, because you're thinking about like marketing and stuff like that, whereas writing would just be executing. So you can be drunk and just writing, but you can't be drunk and editing. So you can be executing drunk, and it's a stimulant, so it's the masculine. And so, yeah, an alcoholic could be a really good writer, but a terrible editor unless they could sober up and edit their work. So yeah, in terms, like, why am I bringing this up? It's Happy Hermit said, do you do DoorDash at all? And no, but in order to do it, I would just have to, well, I think I might have brought it out for Bike Messenger, but DoorDash, Bike Messenger, whatever. You know, I just have to go through Urban Camping Pro and factor in everything that I've written down. This is a, it's written kind of for me, because I'm like, man, if I'm ever homeless again, like, I want this book. Hot water, it's a thing, right? How do you shower? Communication, see also IT. Having a phone makes people assume that you're available like a normal person with a phone. Voicemail, texting, lack of voice calls. As a homeless person, a different set of options work. A job may text you and expect a response without knowing your situation or being able to properly imagine it. When they don't hear back until the next day or several days later, they may have a false impression of hesitation or similar. Sometimes relationships just need to be severed because the damage is irreparable despite being imaginary. Like, they were slighted by your taking a long time, but you're homeless. So that was just me added. Depends, let's see. Despite it being imaginary, it depends as much on their party as on the homeless person, on the other party, typoed. But the more ways a homeless person can make it known or get around the issue, the better the expected results. So yeah, the more they can make it known or get around it, the better. But if it's not known and they can't get around it very easily, it's very hard. Like not being able to shower before your shift. They might send you home and tell you to shave. Where do you go then? Dedicated abusers can make answering the phone calls costly in terms of so this is a new paragraph. Dedicated abusers. So this is going to a different aspect now, the narcissistic abuse stuff. So it's saying it also, if you're a vulnerable person, it also opens you up to, like, you know, I mentioned there's always like one narcissist in a workplace, like, so dedicated abusers can make answering the phone costly in terms of energy. It's never the goal to avoid callers, but callers are often unacceptably aggressive and demanding, and hanging up on them can be used against the vulnerable person by appearing as aggressive or belligerent, making answering the phone a risk. It's wise to only answer calls from known callers. I should just read this to the channel and tell them this is why I'm not doing emails, y'all. Like, let me read my own book to you guys that I forgot that I wrote, because I have so much chaos in my life that I forget that I wrote this whole book, and I carry it around with me. Come on, guys, give me a break. So it's wise to only answer calls from known callers, the person being able to answer the phone, and this is unedited too, so just in case I say something that it might not be final. A person being able to answer the phone is an indicator of status and resources similar to a mailing address. Shady people don't answer their phone, but is a person who doesn't answer their phone shady? You know, implication. People may assume that the answer is a yes and go a different direction in terms of like hiring. They call you to extend you an offer and you don't answer. I mean, that's maybe an extreme case, but you know, it may be a day before you get back to them after them leaving a voicemail. They usually don't tell you that they want to move forward with you, so they can squeak out like that. Little pro tip there. But yeah, that's why they're kind of non-committal sometimes. People may assume that the answer is a yes and go a different direction. Lack of status invites a lack of charitableness in some, but there is always hope to find grace. Relationships can be damaged. New paragraph. Relationships can be damaged by breaking the social contract around mobile usage. Having an IG, I just tailed it off. But you see what I'm saying? You've got an Instagram and a text number, and then you're not hitting people back. Like, what's going on? And then you got to like explain or not explain and blah, 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 right? So that's communication, electricity, and this is all under part 2 of the layer 1. This is all under luxuries. So I say electricity, this is a quote, and I think it's from some contemporary author, The Way of Men guy maybe, Jack Donovan. Electricity is what keeps us from turning into modern savages. And I've got a screenshot of tweets. So when I talk about like managing content and stuff, so I can now search for my screenshots from that day, and it's not exact time, but it's good enough, right? So electricity I found during pandemic, before I had the Jackery especially, my God, I was toasting my car battery trying to keep my phone on because I could no longer go to the coffee shops. And then I couldn't shower, so I went it's like water there. I went a year without a shower. I sponge bath myself, but anyway, let me check the chat real quick. Cannabis is a feminine drug. 123 whatever says they like cannabis. It's a feminine, and that's masculine, feminine, whatever. Alcohol masculine, cannabis feminine. Feminine receive, masculine act, and nobody's all of one. Everyone's an integration of the two. So you got to know what you're doing and use the appropriate thingy if you want to, or get to it directly. So everything that they can do is somewhere inside of here. So it's about energy. And how stuff metabolizes too. You're not supposed to eat in the presence of bad company, people who want you to downfall, etc. Because of how it metabolizes. Same thing. How the circumstance you use the substance will say how it metabolizes or not. So some people might say they don't react with alcohol, but they don't react with alcohol in the situations they've had it. They might insist they definitely don't react with it. No sense pushing, but really it's as much the substance as the metabolization for people. So, but I feel like in general, alcohol masculine, cannabis feminine. Carol says, my editor once worked for Tennessee Williams. She's 83 years old. Wow. So I don't know who Tennessee Williams is, but 83-year-old writer. Heck yeah. Assuming they were an editor when they worked with her. But whatever she's doing at 83, heck yeah. Get on 436. The name of the book is Urban Camping Pro. I'll put a link to it into the chat because it's my product. Harlan J.I. .gumroad.com/ There's a $3 or name your own price pre-order, but you can already download the PDF on GitHub if you want to. Urban Camping Pro pre-order. Carol says, I bet you're of Nora's lineage. Definitely. I think majority. I think paternally as well. Because my grandma's father from Norway is spoken of on my dad's side. And I don't know the heritage of my grandfather who made my dad. But yeah, and then I think Swedish mostly on the other side, my mom's side, and I think Irish on the dad's side as well. So yeah, probably like 50% Swedish, unless the Swedish is mixed with Nordic too, and 25% Nordic and 25% Irish, maybe something like that. And fine weather. Hey, things moving. What's up? Yeah, things are always moving. It's terms of, how can I break it down? Terms of joy, ikigai dimensions. I'm doing what the world will pay me for, although not very much. The world needs dishwashers for sure. I'm pretty good at it. And what is it? I mean, I don't love to do it. I love clean things, so it's okay. So it's like a vocation. And then things are moving on the starting a business side, as far as just like my offering is so solid that in my mind, I'm still trying to make it solid in reality, 3D, but I can put my documents onto my Kindle and go out into the woods and review them, and it takes like a half an hour to review like half of my documents. So, and I'm like getting the process of editing my documentation, because I'm just writing my documentation right now, like I've just written Urban Camping Pro. It's always finding the space to edit. And literally this right here, the luxuries, the part 2 of the book, is what I need and what I'm establishing and finding, especially during pandemic when access to electricity got scarce. That's why I broke it down into the basic and the luxuries. So in terms of basic, we've got dwelling, and this is going to be the most, and I broke it the most simple to the most sophisticated. So I'm actually giving the most sophisticated first and going to more simple, which might be an interesting order too, but I'll actually go to the first page and go forward. Go to page or location, page 1. Go. All right. So the license is Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike, meaning that you buy you're basically paying to help incentivize me to work on it, but the book is free to share. So the table of contents, let's do that. Go to page, I think it was like 2. Yeah, contents, page 2. So introduction, science and law, farming and shepherding, basics, weather. I don't know that. So yeah, basics, weather. So cover from wind and sun, a blanket, a hooded sweatshirt can make all the difference. An hour of productivity per day is infinitely more than 0. So in terms of is stuff moving, yeah, like 1 hour of productivity per day is infinitely more than 0. So as long as it's not 0, things are moving. Just dependent on things that are outside of my control, like I document in my book. Whether, like this is literally to like avoid answering so many questions. I'm not literally disparaging or anything this now moment or anything. It's just because whenever people are curious, it's always like the same questions, right? So weather, travel, that's just literally, travel is the most basic thing we can do. Manifestation is thought, feeling, action. So travel is like you're moving a little bit. To manifest, you have to travel. We can walk, ride a bicycle or skateboard or rollerblade, ride a scooter or motorcycle, drive a car or pickup truck or van or more. To walk, we'll need some shoes or fancier modes of transportation with routine maintenance. So in editing, I want to just do like creative stuff, like highlight the needs, like shoes. Like every need is like green and italic or something. And making it Creative Commons lets people make videos on it, edit in creative ways, illustrate in creative ways. Like what's published now could be enhanced by someone with skills if they wanted to. So I mean, to me it was just important to at least get a first draft out. So travel principles, method, distance, travel time, possible hurdles, bus. Someone could make spreadsheets. Like making spreadsheets is kind of like up my alley, things that I would do to help this project. Like this is like the homeless data project, you know, like let's get data to back up what I'm talking about here. You know, it's still talking about flat tire, 1 to 10 thousandths, mitigate, leave early, other party aware of bike, stolen, 1 in 10,000, fall, 1 in 4,000, like just pasting stats of like how likely is a bike theft, how likely are you to fall. Geography and climate zones, like San Francisco is a good climate zone, but it's super hilly. Like here it's super flat and a terrible climate zone because it's so hot, 115, whatever, like for part of the year. Winter versus tropics may have a very different process. We have done research for this work in San Francisco, which is perfectly temperate and sea level zone 3 city with natural barriers on 3 sides and multiple world-class economies. Yeah, I love San Francisco. Traveling requires luggage based on what activities are intended for the journey or at the destination, how long the stay will be. So like how big of a bag do you need to take? Water is the next need. In the absence of all else, water is required to survive and sustain a fast. In the event of low savings, it is wise to prepare for a 3 to 5 day fast. If possible, one can keep $3 for an emergency coconut water, electrolytes. It's what plants crave, you get it? And have enough water on hand, about 0.75 gallons of water per day. That much. Bathing takes about 2 gallons of water per week versus showering daily at 30 plus gallons per shower. So that's kind of a marketing thing, appeal to the Bay Area, green sensibilities. Oh yeah, I just say it right there, very green and eco-friendly. This makes urban camping a good approach. Apparently, using plain water may be good, and recent cultural norms are shifting to a more lax bathing. So yeah, I looked at bathing trends, and people are getting more used to like bathing every other day kind of stuff. Anyway, back to chat. What's up? I can enjoy a meal in bad company, says fine weather. Indeed. Carol says, I'm a descendant of Eric the Red. I don't know who that is. Eric the Red. I'm guessing somewhere local because I think you said you were you the one who said you were in San Joaquin, or your friend was in San Joaquin or something? Bubble Landia, hi, this is the first time seeing you do something interactive. What's up? And 1, 2, 3. So what can you do with Kubernetes? I'll get back to that in a second. Food. After some days it may be necessary to eat. Immediately cutting out all animal products while traveling without fixed accommodations can be wise. They show up more than one might imagine, but starting with what you can see, dairy and meat go bad very quickly and with severe consequence. It takes one experience to realize that this isn't about saving the animals. So there's a plug for veganism, y'all. How it's not about the animals. It's like, if you don't have a refrigerator, you're probably best eating vegan. Telling you. Storage is okay if the temperature remains below 41 degrees Fahrenheit. Specifically, food handler will teach you that. Do a food handler certification. You'll learn a lot. For van life, for living in a car, how to handle your stuff safely. It'll be too conservative too, so you can go a little bit further, but all but the softest produce is okay after 12 hours, but after 24 hours, all bets are off. So planning from dinner to lunch is a good idea. So that's the food need. I think, yeah, I've got many more paragraphs. I keep like skipping a bunch, but potty. So these are going in order of, you know, like you start off, you don't got to go to the bathroom for a few hours. Like you don't got to get food for a few hours, but you probably need water before that. If you're traveling, like you travel, you need some water, you need some food, you need some potty. Toilet is the first pro-homeless skill to master, as it consumes a service with no exchange. Typically a park or mall or department store will have a bathroom available, and random trips to it suffice. After a week of regular trips, somebody will notice and start watching, and expulsion could be a matter of time. And people are liberal with their slander of vagrants and homeless people. Pooping into a bio bag is the best course of action. This one made some of my long-term, I think I lost people over this one. I'm aware of the possibility of using composting toilet matter and have not found a source of the material after a cursory search, like hamster bedding I think could work. SF Bay area, imagining a 1 pound block of hamster cage would, oops, oh, I turned the page and I don't think I can turn back easily. Yes, I can, that button. Oh, no, I can't. The navigation on the Kindle, I don't know where it went downhill, if it's just my PDF, but man, these, I feel like I can page forward but not back. Maybe I just don't have it down, but anyway, so you get the point. Potty. I lost people over my potty methods. So what can I do with Kubernetes? I'll come back. Sorry to put that off. So Eric the Red was the Viking who was the dad of Leif Erikson. Oh man, should I be embarrassed? Because I don't even know who that is. So I think I said in my last video, or whatever video it was, I was talking about I don't know my heritage. And so it was at the end of one of my last like 4 or 5 videos. And I was talking about, you know, I hope I don't like regret like skipping up on people who are interested in me who are like Latina or Asian or something. Because I feel like I want to have a certain heritage that my kids will. But again, I don't know, like I said in there also that I understand maybe that's like old-fashioned thinking, but you know, I have not at all been picky about dating blonde-haired people or brunette or green-eyed, blue-eyed, whatever people. Like, I've dated hella brown-eyed, brown-hair people, to just put it that way. Get On says, I really wish the U.S. could integrate Norway and Sweden's hybrid capitalism, socialism economy. It probably, I mean, Minnesota is hella Norway and Swede and German. But as a whole, I mean, think county level. Can you do this at a county level? If you can do that at a county, then maybe the state will adopt it. You know what I mean? So what can I, sorry to keep you hanging on Kubernetes, but what can I do with it? I've deployed a blockchain-based loyalty program with it, into it, that I started, that was based on Docker images, so I was already familiar with Docker and containers. And then I turned it into a Helm chart, and we used Kafka, which needed some persistent stores. So I did a 3-instance Kafka broker and Zookeeper, which is the consensus piece that controls Kafka in some ways. Kafka relies on, although I think they're taking it out. But anyway, at the time, so I had 3 Zookeeper nodes, or maybe just 1 Zookeeper and 3 Kafka. Or I might have done 3 of each, because it was not too much harder to do both. And I had done them in Yarn containers, yet another resource manager, which is made for MapReduce clusters by Yahoo, I believe. Yarn, Yahoo, yeah, I think that checks out. So yeah, I just ported that into Kubernetes as well, but I had to get like the stateful pods, and like I read, like I'm a huge documentation reader, so it's no problem, and I've read documentation on 1,000 products. So I'm able to connect ideas very easy, so Kubernetes was not fundamentally hard. And you know, it's based on POSIX and OS concepts, so like it was not it's like going back to traveling to Seattle to freelance is not a risk because I know the job and everything. I just don't know the place. Kubernetes is similar. Like, I could confidently say I could do the job because I know so many of the parts. I just don't know, the Kubernetes way of putting them together. And that's all I had to learn, that one variable. Carol says, I'm a student of Noor's. Oh, sweet. That's awesome, Carol. Noor's, she said, I said it's awesome before I finished reading. I'm a student of Noor's lineage, and it is fascinating. That's awesome. I notice I do that. I get excited and just like bust out in excitement in the middle of a sentence when I was trying to say something else, But yeah, I notice it when I rewatch my own videos. So, gosh, there's some people at my job who I think are Nordic too, like tall, blue eyes, siblings. There's 3 of them. One's really short, but yeah. Which one is the narcissist? I don't think they're narcissists. They just seem like nice people. So yes, I meet nice people too. And hey, those Nord ones who I think are probably Nord, are very nice and seem very, put together. And 3 of the siblings can work at the same place and like not hate each other or whatever and still be like having fun with each other. Like, how cool is that? Definitely, God. I regret my own not being closer to my brother who passed. He's younger. He passed, my only sibling. And in like 2016 or 2015. In fact, I remember exactly when. But God, I can't feel bad because products of our environments, And also, you got to have more than 2 kids, man. Like, 2 brothers is not a well-balanced household at all. Like, if you have 2 boys, like, keep going, man. At least get 3 boys. 2 boys and a sister. Like, 2 boys, no way, man. Do not do that. So yeah, I can't beat myself up over not being close to my brother. It's just the family dynamic of having degenerate parents and 2 boys. Like, we were never going to be, we got along, we just weren't close. And as adults, I just did my own thing. And a sibling, it's not their responsibility to help their siblings, but like, come on. Like, if they're, if they're a narcissist or whatever, like, you're just cut from different cloths, however you want to say it. Yeah, you don't owe them, but if you've got good siblings, by all means, be close and do stuff together, But that's not how I was raised, there was pride in my dad, is the thing. There was pride that things were so much better than how he was raised. Through some lens, and yeah, sure. But steps in the evolution, like we said, even people who drink alcohol can go to heaven. Even people who do any sin can go to heaven. They might not have a very good time the rest of their life on earth, but 47 minutes remaining. Come on, you're warning me 47 minutes. I guess thank you for that. But Happy Hermit, I'm sorry you had to go through that. Yeah, no need to be sorry. It's a djinn, man. It's like what I had to go through in my experience to evolve, Everyone has to go through different things to evolve. The audio is going to get a little bit grainy because I'm going to take its warning that it might run out of battery in 47 minutes. It might actually mean 4 minutes if I open a web page or something. So yeah. So this little guy, if I were to do like coding live streams like I used to do, I think I can play my own content and not get a copyright strike. That should be a clip. I think I can play my own stuff and not get a copyright strike, and I defiantly go to YouTube to play some of my own stuff. Yeah, but it's just like, you know, it's sort of like the bad catches. Like on my channel I talk about, oh, the narcissist, there's a narcissist in every place. It's not all I talk about, but it's more than I talk about like the good people in every place, like these siblings or whatever. I don't even know them. I mean, we've talked like maybe once or twice, like when we both happen to be breaking out at the same time or whatever. Videos. Can I do the oldest video first? I've got 500 and some. Playlists. Yeah, I've got some playlists that have the older videos on them. Urban camping. Literally washed myself on camera in the car. one shot. I'm not gonna re-record that unless it's like pro grade. Early day stuff. The original lab. Early day stuff. Silicon Valley. Exploring topics on a whiteboard. Tiny data center. That would be what's up. 41 videos. We'd have some live hacking there because I was actually hacking building this data center.
Talk about doing a video podcast with Raspberry Pi hardware.
I'm currently using a 2009 MacBook Pro for most of my activity, but 2009, it's currently 2018. And it's running strong. I've replaced most of the parts and everything, but it costs $2,000, and these Raspberry Pis cost $50. So I'm going to see if I can use a couple to possibly do a video podcast with Raspberry Pis. So I've got the serving infrastructure in place. Fast persistent websites. Heck yeah. That's another video. So that has details. I've also got some CDN config stuff. So we got 40 videos in this playlist. That gives underlying fast persistent websites. There it is. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about persistent websites. I gave myself that haircut. How to make it's not perfect, but very well on almost nothing. I'm going to be using I gave myself this haircut. Pi as the origin server, and we'll use cloud. Po' Boy Groceries. So this is a cooking one that I mentioned earlier. So this will show us our, this was running on one of these computers. The screen is shared, and then it's on HDMI encoder box, HDMI in, Ethernet out with RTMP going over it. That's then pointed at YouTube's server and Twitch's server, etc. RTMP is like HTTP, where you see HTTP:// but it's like real-time message protocol or something. So setting up the encoders in the pre-flight, tiered storage discussion. So this is like what I'm talking about. I'm making all these apps with this stuff. These certain approaches to the apps, like this tiered sequential storage is still rocking, you know, finding its way into my software. See, I can't do this living in my car. So like in terms of like, you know, immediate needs or whatever, like if I want to do a live stream like this, yeah, I need space. Like even a hotel won't cut it. I need a week to get set up, you know. I need 3 days, like, you know, something, a few days. My last apartment with my fake brick wall. Yay.
So
My grocery haul. So this is where the receipts project started. Like, I've got all these receipts going all the way back to this time. So here's that VLC. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. So I had this phone, and I set it up so this phone broadcasts RTMP into my Raspberry Pi. And then I just played back the stream on the Pi with VLC. So I was playing back a local stream that was broadcast off of the phone. Oh no, it's not local because it's got 192.168. Oh, that might have been the IP address of the machine. So I could have just used its external IP address. And then it's under /participant/hello phone. So you can guess that any number of participants could hook into this stream. So all of us here could be streaming, and I could have a VLC window open for each person's stream, for example, if we wanted to get a little chat thing together. And I would need probably, like, if I knew the specs, I could, like, I've literally screencast myself setting it up. Like, I just have to go find, like, the right Docker image, set up a storage volume, open up the port, and then I'd give you guys the IP address. You open up your OBS, go to settings, and then broadcast out to that IP address. Or you open up your phone app with whatever RTMP. Instead of streaming to Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, whatever, you go custom stream, RTMP, type in the address, and then boom, now you're broadcasting video into our system. And then boom, then you can just picture, like, that's what a Zoom participant is doing under the hood, right? It's taking all these video screens together, rendering them into one video stream. It's not happening on a person's desktop, but you can picture it, right? From this little thing, you can extrapolate the next step, which is a bunch of video windows from other people, not just my own little phone. Which, yeah, it's taken time to set up, but it gives me time to blab, so that's okay. There it is. Those are my green pants that I talked about the other day, the J. Crews. I actually busted them out, but I've got my Target ones back on now. Same hoodie. I just got this hoodie out of storage. And I've got that hat too. Look, I had insulated my ceiling with speaker, like padding things, acoustic panels. Yeah. Man, I miss this apartment so much. So simple, 350 square feet. Like, people treated me like I was living in a mansion. Oh, you're in San Francisco. You can just... Yeah, they were kind of right. I can just move. But man, would it have been way cheaper to just stay there, however much debt I had to take out to get to gainful employment again, and not have to go through all of this freaking nightmare of being homeless. Good God, I would have borrowed so much money if I just, I could have gotten so much credit. It's just like I was not raised, it's part of my evolution is like, bro, learn that you can't depend on anyone, and And here's your reminder, because yeah, I don't know, like I didn't depend on anybody from when I was like, so between 14 and 21, yeah, I lived with my parents, but then I bought a property at 21. I was making so much money from like 17. I was doing computer stuff, and onward I was making so much money. But yeah, I lived with my parents still until I made a down payment on a house. Like, so yeah, thanks for that. But I worked 90-hour weeks. I was never at home, so I didn't have to deal with I didn't feel like they were toxic or anything at the time, but in retrospect, holy crap, are they degenerates. Let's see chat. I'm just talking to myself and watching stuff. Context. Eric the Red was a Norse from Bubblelandia. Context. Eric the Red was a Norse explorer described in the medieval and Icelandic saga, source as having founded the first European settlement in Greenland. Carol says, I'm a student of, oh yeah, you said that. I read that, I mean. Get on. I learned the hard way you can't trust family. My father stopped talking to me last year. His wife, my half-sister, and other people that matters in his life. Carol says, Jesus drank fermented wine. Moderation is okay. Yeah. That's tough. Get on, man. Like, the implications just take so long to sink in, and like old programming, old patterns, old habits, just like you like rip off a scab every now and then, you know what I mean? So yeah, I know it's like socially normal to say sorry, but like I try not to, like, you know, I really believe, and it makes me so different from so many people, that like everything is a possible opportunity. Do I act that way in my own life? Let's take a close examination of that. No, I don't. There are some things that, yes. I mean, do you have to shut up about things that have gone wrong? No, not at all, actually. So yeah, so it's like programming to say I'm sorry, but I don't know how you feel about it, and managing how you feel about it isn't my responsibility anyway. That's something I read the other day that now I'm remembering. I made a good memo on. And Carol says, if I didn't read it already, Jesus drank fermented wine. Moderation is okay. Yeah, for sure. I only eat babies once a year. I mean, I don't eat babies at all. You know what I mean? There's still some hard lines. Allegedly, you never know what these world controlling elites know or do, but because man, there's like the can of worm topics of maybe everybody doesn't have a soul in it, right? I'm not making a claim or expressing an opinion, but you know, if the world is a manifestation land, then people can manifest whatever they want with their free will. I suppose it would still have consciousness, if not a soul, so you're still hurting it, so there'd still be a karmic price to pay. But at least it's not like, you know, say you want to like go do some violence or whatever. If it doesn't have a soul and you kill it, you're still hurting consciousness. You're still traumatizing other potential souls who are connected to it. Because, I mean, if I didn't have the YouTube channel and I disappeared, I don't know who would be traumatized. I'm sure there'd be a life inheritance payout. People would be happy about that. Allegedly, there's no life insurance in my name, but I don't know, man. And I don't, get on, like, I don't mean to discount any suffering or anything that you've gone through either by not doing the socially normal thing of saying I'm sorry, etc. So yeah, it's like a programmed thing that I just like. I don't want to just say it, you know what I mean? But I want to like try to still like empathize and like encourage. I don't know if it's even my place to encourage, but it's what I was doing, was trying to just, you know, find some, you know, positive attitude or something that I could share. Carol says minimalism is where it's at for me. It's a much more tranquil lifestyle. Yes. Minimal. I mean, I guess I was just showing you guys into my apartment there. I mean, this is me coming out of working in tech. I mean, this is pretty simple. This is the apartment is $18.50 a month. And I put that thing on the wall because I'm like, yeah. But yeah, I literally found like the cheapest apartment in the city, and it's all the way on 48th and Judah. So like right by Ocean Beach, Java Beach Cafe, all that. And I was hella happy in this little spot. 350 square feet, had a couple plants. I had the basics for furniture. I had my studio. Studio! I had grapes. Yeah, baby. Eat them grapes. Hold on, let me put my grapes away. I called this blanket the sail, because when I was done with work, I would put the sail up, and that's how I triggered in myself whether I'm at work or not, is whether the sail, I had set sail. Oh, I had to get more grapes, or what did I have to do? I don't know. These were like the best grapes from that little organic market right there. I was a member there. So I got one of my computers out of storage. It was called Alexandria. These glasses are like so old and bent up too. God, I still have these glasses and now they're even more busted up. They're from 2010 when I was in college. And you guys want a romantic era insight? Should I share it? I will. I noticed, I shared it with one of my coworkers who gossips all the time, so I'm sure it's gotten around. Or not. I noticed that all of my serious relationships were when I wear glasses instead of contacts. Ooh. So the kind of person I attract with glasses is more compatible. Somehow. Like, it just worked. Like, obviously, the actions manifest. Lil Guy 00. When I bought all these Raspberry Pis, they were called Lil Guy 00, Lil Guy 01. I actually bought them to put a Kubernetes cluster on it, but it was too heavy. I needed like 3 nodes just for core services. So I switched to Docker Swarm. I made my wildest dreams come true, as here we are today. Continuing in that long sequential storage, the tier of the present moment.
The longest that Cloudflare right now supports. And then essentially we just tell them, like, hey, this has changed. So things really shouldn't be changing.
Listen to the soft voice that I had while I was still in tech, too. So that was the gentry voice of mine. But living on the street, you can't speak like that, because if you've seen the movie Idiocracy, where he makes fun of how he talks, he's talking like this. when you're on the street, you have to code switch so hard. Oh, you don't have to, just be yourself. Man, shut up. You don't know anything if you're saying that.
A static site generator, and we're right now figuring out.
Are you sure you like girls? Soft voice guy?
Given that, we really write a new file into the static site generators directory, and then we can generate a new
Does it seem like I've gotten less sharp as a homeless guy?
copy.
Or am I just kind of waiting out here for something to happen? I'm just waiting for some money to get me into some housing. And even not too much after this, I got a $7,000 contract dropped on my lap. And I was not able to fulfill it because I did not have the space. It was after I got out on the street. Just having this space, if I would have held out 2 more months, I would have got a $7,000 contract that I could have fulfilled in this space. Boom, 0 homelessness. But my loved ones did not believe in me enough to support me. So, and that's, you know, that's not necessarily disparaging. It's just like hella disappointing, hella not what I expected to happen. Like, I mean, I've just given, like, not trying to like toot my charity horn or whatever, but you know what I mean?
Contiguously.
Contiguous.
When you want to write a block, you append, the whole file system could be serial as well, so it gets you processes doing it. You can make guarantees about like file append operations.
Guarantees about file append operations.
So are,
What?
yeah, you could also possibly deny non-append opens, blah blah blah.
You can do that?
The way
Yeah.
durable is
Look into PyFuse. You can make your own little file system. What? What are you talking about, you homeless bum? You don't know anything. Go take some drugs. Shut up. Stop doing what the establishment does for the open source, man. What are you doing? There's money to be made. I know, man. I want to make some money, and money is meant to move, not be piled up. That means you'll get some money too. Let's go. Back to chat. Get on. It was exactly that. I was angry. I actually wanted some type of revenge. Then I started reading about Taoism. Yeah. Hey, my favorite Taoism is the Tao of Pooh, and I read, if not the whole book, then a chapter on my channel. The Tao of Pooh. Oops, doodles. I want to go back to my channel.
Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about persistent websites and how to make them work very well on almost nothing. I'm going to be using a Raspberry Pi as the origin server, and we'll use Cloudflare as the CDN. Okay, so Cloudflare also happens to be the
I still have that vest too. It's way more beat up, but I still rock it. There is the full audiobook. I thought I did it on my channel. I meant to search my channel. My channel. Talking about my channel. She wishes she were PHP, but she ain't my channel. I did not do the Tao of Pooh on my channel, but it is available on the YouTubes. Tao of Pooh. Definitely check it out. Heck yeah. If we look at the license, oh, that's something I meant to do, is look at the licenses to try to figure out, maybe we can use certain licenses
The how of Pooh?
on the live
You see,
stream.
Pooh, I said, a lot of people don't seem to know what Taoism is. Yes? Said Pooh, blinking his eyes. So that's what...
The book's by Benjamin Hoff, for anyone else. What is the license on the video? I don't know where to find that. And they surely would not put it at the bottom of the comments. License. Next trick, view source with Control U. Control U, search for license, even though it's all fancyized. What, are you hacking right now? No, I'm just viewing source and looking for the word license, but it's so minified that the search function is broken. Kind of like when OpenTable took me to court and made a complaint so big that the court records computer broke when I tried to print it. It's probably good to not submit complaints so big they break the records computers, guys. Just so you know. That's the Bible of my haters for the rest of my life. Because now they'll be like, just look at that complaint and you'll see all the tweets that were mean and threatening. They were not. There was not a threat made. Okay? Case closed. Yeah. I gotta pee again. Someone do a voice analysis on that clip and see if it was authentic or fake. I gotta go pee though. Let me give you something to read. San Joaquin. All right. Where are we at? The Tao of Pooh. I could actually read it if there's a, I don't think it's public domain, but Tao of Pooh, if there's like a sample or something online. Or I could get the transcript of the video and then read the transcript of the reading of the book. This, my friend, is how you end up in prison. The book is from 1982, The Tao of Pooh. It allegorically employs the fictional characters of A.A. Milne's Winnie the Pooh stories to explain the basic principles of philosophical Taoism. I have to do the ribbon farm before I do this, if I'm going to do this, but yeah, ribbon farm is retiring too, so it's actually like a good time in terms of like if I want to get some traffic coming to me. If there's a spike in ribbon farms due to the retirement, it would be good to put some ribbon farm in the title, you know what I mean? Someone on the channel wants to do it, sweet. If you guys specifically want me to do it, cool. It would be a great pleasure, and I've done one part of it and it got lost, and then just sort of over. It's an undertaking. And it would be several hours. So to sit and read is one thing, but to narrate, you know, and record and blah blah blah, it's intimidating. You know, it would not be a one-day thing. It would be like a several-day thing. So I just have to put it on the you know what? I got to put it on the calendar. And is there an app for that? Knowing me, I need to get together a list of all the apps that I've disclosed or not, because I don't remember everything. So by having that conversation, you can probably guess the answer. Is there a calendar app that you're working on, buddy? Buddy, are you working on a calendar app? Come on, man. One thing at a time, one thing at a time. Yes, I know. Just came back from a water re-up. What's up, Scott? I got some water too. From weed, man. I got some weed water. Which literally, I actually did drink some weed water. I drank a CBD water that I got from the grocery store. So I've never, actually, it's my first one that I got. It was like $4.79. But yeah, I wasn't even thinking about doing a live stream when I got it either. I just it's in like the top corner of the thing, and I was waiting to check out, and I already got my coconut water that's in the same case. So I'm like, I don't have to work tomorrow. You know, I can get the can, it's 0 THC. So it's like 23 milligrams of CBD. And yeah, I think I feel something. I don't know. It doesn't feel too different. Like the plants still look the same. The lights, you know. Like I feel pretty chill. There's two variables that are changed too. I'm on the chat, and so it means I'm speaking more respiration. So there's other variables too. And like I said earlier, like, you know, anything can be accomplished through the mind alone. But we are residents of the body. So stimulating the body in certain ways, like with Red Bulls or with a CBD water. I'll get the can. I'll show you guys what's up. So the turmeric, let me get the camera up. There it is. So yeah, turmeric with ginger, lime, and turmeric, coconut water. And then Sati CBD soda, 23 milligrams, organic. And there was I noticed after I bought it, but there was another one that said energy and another one that said chill. And the checkout guy said, I said to him, like, yeah, I've been looking forward to trying one of these. And he was like, yeah, I was worried it was going to make me go to sleep or something because the tincture CBDs did that to him. And he said it didn't. So I'm like, oh, that's cool. And then after I saw chill on there, I'm like, oh, yeah, the other one said energy. So there's another energy CBD apparently. So I would guess this would be indica based and the energy one would be sativa based. Because it's like two branches of like species, you know, like two kinds of dogs even. And actually cannabis means two heads. So yeah, interesting. So there's the nutrition info if you're interested. Can't really read it, I guess. Ingredients: sparkling water, organic cane sugar, non-GMO citric acid, organic ginger flavor, organic chamomile flower extract. So there's also chamomile in there to chill it, which I like chamomile tea. Organic hemp extract. So there's more chamomile than there is hemp extract to begin with. And then organic ginger root. I don't know if that has a calming effect or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's like you don't need an ID or anything to buy it. Maybe they just assumed I was over 21, but I doubt it. I don't know. Because, I mean, I think CBD is safe for kids, right? Like, you could, because it's not psychoactive. But, I mean, I've used CBD before just for, like, for injuries from, like, working out or something like that. Pretty sure my grandma used CBD. My aunts definitely use CBD. None of whom I'll probably ever talk to again. Woohoo. Not because of them, but because of the narcissists and how that whole system works. You know what I mean? Like, if you talk to one, it turns into this huge echo attack. Like, in computers, like, there used to be this thing called smurfing, and you'd send some fake packets out to servers with a fake response address, and so all those servers would then bounce messages out to who you said you were. Boom, 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 boom. So you could say, like, send me a gig back, and it'd be, send me a gig back. You know, tell 5 servers, send me a gig back at this address, and they'll be like, okay, boom. And you'll get 5 gigs on the other guy, kind of thing. I never did such a thing, but if you go into like IRC back in the day, it would show IP address, and so people give that as a reason to go through a bounce, which goes back to your server, but also just get on the what do you call it? You message Nick serve and set up a, forget the exact word. I bet someone in the chat is saying it. Scott Haley, how many milligrams? I'm guessing 5. Yeah, 23 milligrams of CBD. Yeah, I don't think CBD affects perception. Carol says I'm chilling with a glass of Merlot. Merlot, gang. I usually do Merlot or Pinot, and that's the only alcohol I drink. Well, I've drank a beer. And last year I wasn't on wine, but last summer I was in Minneapolis. Basically saved up to escape my relatives and come back here. And instead of going all the way back to the Bay Area, I was like, okay, let me check out somewhere else nearby, like a city nearby, where I'm still like a couple hours away, but I already knew the cost of living outside of the Bay Area is super cheap. Like, here is cheaper than Minneapolis, for sure, even though it's California. Like, Minneapolis, no way I was getting an apartment for less than $900. I mean, I don't even think on the edges of the city, because they're still in big suburbs, even on the edge. But here, $900 would be expensive. $750 would be a little cheap. $800 is what I expect. So, anyway, so I say that because California, wine country, and I've liked red wine a lot in the past too, but now it's just focused on just wine. And obviously not a lot, like not frequently, but when there is opportunity, like the first time I had alcohol was because I helped the front of house do some stuff and they gave me a free drink. So I'm like, okay, I'll get some wine. Second time I helped the front of house, they gave me some wine. And then I went out to some other places just to see like what the other venues were like. So like 3 total nights. But yeah, California wine country, and also just like the energy of it and everything, like the energy of liquor versus beer versus wine. I think wine energy is the most acceptable. And as everyone knows, Jesus and wine, it's not a sin to drink wine. It's just not, you might mess up when you conduct yourself, basically. I missed, let me see. Chamomile makes me so sleepy. CBD isn't really regulated, correct? I don't know, but tincture, Lord, I've not heard that word since my time in home birth movement. Interesting. Yeah, because anything can be tinctured. It's just like the essence of different herbs and stuff like that. Even like putting like rosemary in olive oil is kind of a tincture if you heat it up. CBD is for sale by big retailers, no age requirement. Gurdon needs to sleep. Take care. Take care yourself. Scott Haley says CBD and THC drinks are operating under a federal loophole because they're hemp derivatives and have a low enough percentage of hemp when combined with water. The loophole will be closed eventually, and they'll be age restricted and cost more and only be available in certain places. So enjoy them while they last is what I'm hearing. But also the difference between hemp and the flowering side of it is hemp is a male plant and the flowers you can guess are the female plant because they're the flowers. They get pollinated. So I mean that would actually even be in line with what I said earlier about cannabis is a feminine experience and receive, feminine receive, male act, and alcohol is a masculine experience. Carol says last time I visited Duluth it was 20 below in March. Youch. Yeah, you need like a whole... It's not even so bad if you're dressed for it. So hopefully you're dressed for it. Because yeah, I was marching myself to the library every day, however cold it was, when I was with my relative for a while in Minnesota, before I bugged out to the homeless shelter when he assaulted me. And I don't say those stories because I want like pity or sorry or anything. It's just like, why am I here? Because these things happened. And I reacted to them in this way. Why aren't you just working a tech job right now? Like, why are you, not that people are like asking that question, but I just, my self-image is so like, yeah, I'm not who I feel like I am right now. And I know nobody needs me to explain, blah, blah, blah. I know. I just do, because it's my channel. Let go of those old stories. Make a new identity. Da da da. What if Jesus just changed his name and ran away from all the people who were mad at him? Meaning, had a warrant or whatever to execute him. He could have. I mean, he's God or whatever, right? So 2018 Farm Bill, I'd not expect that to be renewed. Yeah, so CBD water, I don't know, it's my first time trying it ever, so caught my eye. Said organic. No, I didn't really look at organic, but it's at a place where I would buy anything at this place, basically. They do have some cookies that are high fructose corn syrup. They've got I think they've got a couple like Pepperidge Farm or whatever, but I think they might legit only have like well-made alternatives. Good co-op. It's always the co-ops that I go to. The worker-owned, small, Hello Lush produce, which I barely buy these days. Like dates are pretty much the only produce I buy, which are kind of expensive per pound, but well, I eat a lot of produce at work too, so I don't have to. Hey Nigel, how's it going? Greetings from the UK. Are you still residing in my car at night? Yeah, I'm still sleeping in my car. And getting an apartment would be good. The only reason I would do that is to get 2 physical jobs, I think, or if because I'd rather get a van if I were working online. So, and they both cost about $5,000 USD to start. So if I have $5,000 in my pocket, which way would I go? To a van, a bigger vehicle, or to a little apartment? Which way would I go? It sort of depends on what my work situation is for the next year. If I'm ready to sign a lease for a year, stay a place, yeah, I get some housing. I can even afford it now if I could just move into it, which is what that 5G would be. Like if I was windfalled 5Gs, I'd get into a place, I'd have the same job and everything, and I could afford rent. I might have to get rid of some stuff, like get rid of my storage, $70 a month on a $750 a month rent though. It's almost 10%. So I could easily make, and then saving a few hundred a month, so that's out the gate. I've got a few hundred a month I can put to rent. Obviously, I'd have to expand my income once I get into the place, but I need to get into a place to expand my income, so I got to take that risk. I can't really expand my income very much right now. I basically need to get to that 5G level and then get a van or get an apartment. And if I get an apartment, as little as getting a second evening job would I'd easily afford rent a few nights a week. So get an evening job 3 nights a week, I would easily have rent and a little saved. Because those 3 nights, I'd be breaking even with my one job. The second job would just be savings. And then my last 2 nights a week or whatever, I could do vlogging or whatever tech stuff. Back to chat. Carol says, from one Viking to another, you're going to make it, bro. Thank you. You're going to make it. I don't even know you, but studying Vikings, like, wild. Man. Like, I'm not trying to be a downer, sorry. I'm just like, okay, so like, well, okay, you get a job making at least minimum wage and you're a minimalist, meaning you can make it at least as much as I'm making it now. Yes, you're going to make it too. It doesn't even matter what your job does for you. I just have to understand before I say it. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. That's how I am. It's my nature. Like, don't ask me to tell you what you want to hear when you put a dress on, because I'll tell you what the truth is. You know what I mean? Nigel says, I've been following your journey for a long while now. Very interesting. Backstop. Keep going once you're in a proper constant money pit. Keep going once you are in a property constant money pit. Yeah. Pit, not fit. Took me a few times to understand that. Once you are in a property constant money pit. Yeah. I've been in a property, and thankfully it was built in like 1989, so it wasn't a money pit yet. But I get where you're coming from. And in a lot of ways, I'm doing a lot of hands-on jobs now, so that I can, fixing these things, digging holes to stop a leaking pipe. Like, I can do a lot of stuff on my own, and obviously need to hire stuff too, but I hear you, man. The property constant money pit. But, so on the big topic on money is just like a store of energy, right? So if you can do everything yourself, you don't got to pass out the energy to other people to do it. But if you have like a small community and like neighbors who can take care of this and that issue, one does plumbing, one does electrical, you know what I mean? Like, you're doing business with them, you're giving them some money or some stuff, trade, Meanwhile, I do computer stuff, so they're calling me over they broke their email client and now they call me. Computer people are infamously, like, stereotypically, like, not paid for their services, and their services aren't appreciated amongst family and friends, so just make sure they know it's your trade. Your time isn't free, so they don't have unlimited tech support. They're trading for something every time. Doesn't have to be money. But B, within a small community, if you keep changing hands within the community, the money gets more powerful. Because it's like you pay $1 to Alice, Alice pays to Bob, Bob pays to Carol, Carol pays to Doug, Doug pays to Emily, Emily pays to Frank, Frank pays to Gabe, Gabe pays to Harlan, Harlan pays to Isaac, Isaac pays to Jacob, Z. What's the name with Z? Zed pays back to Alice. 26 times the money changed hands. That's power. Because no money was spent, but all these things were done. So, yeah, so the property being a money pit, that's the thing too. Friends investment friends are like investment going into the vest together. Neighbors share a property line. Like, if one house in the neighborhood is really crappy, all the neighbors need to like put pressure on that homeowner if they want their prices, their home values to go up. And they should all be willing to chip in to do it, because it's like they do, 9 people around this person do a little bit for them to help their property. All 9 of them get $10,000 or $80,000 of more property value each. So that's like an $80,000 piece of help. Boom. You know what I mean? Like, your investment, you're built-in friends when you're neighbors, or you should be. Technology is maybe messing us up and not helping us see clearly. But neighbors should be the best of friends, and that stereotype of neighbors who are friends, yeah. Or men in pubs being friends, that's not going to happen in some big faceless city where you just go make a bunch of friends. You might try, like I tried. But yeah, I made kind of friends in like towny spots, like in the Sunset actually, like the small part of city. So, but I didn't know why or what it was doing, or you know what I mean? It's just, you do what you see on TV, you go try to make some friends at the bar, you know. But yeah, neighbors are friends for a reason. It's because they share property line. Scott says owning a property, if you're handy, will save you a lot more than renting, and you'll have equity building the whole time. Renting is the money pits, in his opinion. Yeah, it could go both ways, because I owned before I ever rented, but then I sold before the plan because my plan changed. I was young. I needed liquid. So I basically broke even with all of that. Like, I was paying above the minimum payment to try to pay it off. It's like a 30-year that we're going to pay off in 10. And I ended up, so I was putting a lot more principal down. But even with all of that though, the timing was so bad, I lost so much money. So the property value declined a lot while I owned it. And I still walked away with like $300 or something in my bank account. And then I went to college. So I broke even with what I would have spent renting a place that wasn't as nice though. So I had a higher quality of living for the same money by owning for 2 years, even though I lost a ton of money. So there's that. Nigel, you always come across as very intelligent and articulate guy. I am very surprised you're not back in my given career choice. Yes, technology is in a lot of ways destroying us in life today. Yeah, Nigel, yeah, like, I don't know if you showed up a little bit after I had mentioned, like, I always explained myself, like, you know, I had just said something like, what did I even just say? You know, basically gave a little bit of my backstory about why I'm here, specifically because, sort of like same nature of Urban Camping Pro, like I wrote this book to just be able to, like, if people say like, why aren't you just working in your field or something, and I'll be like, let's look at the basic needs. Like, I can make it this far, but once we start getting into these things, then earlier in the stream, Nigel, I was going into I guess this would be an unpublished draft of my book, but there is a draft published that has only layer 1 of Maslow's hierarchy, because I decided to break it into 4 books because the one was just going to be never going to get done, basically. But so, you know, on this channel I have to give some context to new people still. So it's kind of a habit to just mention some of the backstory about what happened, even though people who've been around, it's tired. Like, I'm not saying you're judging or saying it's tired, but I'm tired of saying it in a lot of ways. But I know that there's always like new people coming through the channel, so. Nigel says, yeah, renting is definitely the money pit I refer to. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, renting is, but the thing is, I'm already paying so much. Like, I've got my receipts project to like actually break down and compare side by side when I do get it. Because I've got $70 a month for a 5x10 storage. I've got $70 a month for a gym. Granted, I could get a cheaper gym. I've got $70 a month for car insurance. I don't have a payment, but if I did have a van, odds are there'd be a payment for a while and more expensive insurance. Maybe cheaper, I don't know. So that's what, 70. And I've got this co-working space. This is 180. So that's 210 plus 180, it's 390. So we're already at like 400 a month. Stuff I could get rid of. That I did say car insurance. I'd probably keep the car because it would be hard to replace this car for the price. You know, it'd be a lot more than I would be able to sell it for. What am I trying to say? It not just price wise, it'd be hard to find a low mileage single owner ... car like I have, like where I know the history on it, you know. So $70 a month to keep that car insured, and then I don't have to put premium fuel in it, but I choose to put premium fuel in. And oil lasts me probably 3 months, $90 every 3 months. But then if I switch to bike transportation, now I have to eat more calories. Well, actually, do I? I'm moving me plus the bike's weight, but then we're coasting. We don't have hills. I mean, serious hills. We've got little hills. Yeah, I don't know if it's more calories to walk a mile or to bike a mile. Get the screen share. I mean, the no-brainer answer is bicycling burns less calories. But I think it might be the opposite because you're moving more weight. So a person who is 155 pounds can expect to burn calories at a rate of 280 calories that hour. So biking at 5 to 9 miles per hour. So on average, a person will burn about 560 calories an hour when going 12 to 13 miles per hour. So I probably go mostly 5 to 9. Close to 9. But so 280 to 560. So walking, you'll burn about 140 calories per hour. So yeah, walking burns way less calories. And even though you're coasting on the bike, you think, oh, less. But no, I think it's because it's heavier. There's the friction in the wheels. I mean, there's going to be friction when you're walking too. Scott says, my car manual specifically says do not put premium fuel in, and there's basically no major differences. The biggest difference is, and you can actually do this with any fuel, get an additive. You want an additive in your fuel. So I use the Shell Premium with the additives. And that's because there's one extreme part of the engine and it's the piston ring. Like, usually there's about 5% fuel mixed in with the oil, but in the piston ring there's like 30% fuel. And it's also so extreme in the temperature that the additives in the oil will basically, the oil is a lower concentration, the fuel is higher, and that also changes the composition that the additives are designed for at like the 5% level. I might be wrong about that part, but something like that. And so 30% fuel also gives you that little opportunity to put a little bit more fresh additive in that very critical place. So even though most of the fuel isn't going to be in the piston ring, you have the additive in the fuel. The fuel that's in the piston ring will prevent a lot of wear and tear. So I don't have to get Shell premium fuel to do that. I just have to find an additive that does the same thing. And fuel quality can vary too, so it's also a constant fuel, just Shell fuel that already has the additive in it. I mean, the additive is going to cost money anyway, so I might as well just get the premium fuel, you know. There might be other advantages to premium fuel too. It'll be slightly different timing. I don't know if it's going to affect the compression. Any kind of buff could easily, I don't want to make a claim basically, because any kind of buff, I'm not a buff, so any kind of buff could easily, you know, I don't want to waste anyone's time. Nigel says yes, premium fuel proves no extra benefit. I've also read that too. Yeah, it's the additives, but the octane also, it's not that it's a benefit. It's not like, oh, more power or something. It could just be like the burning profile would be different indeed, and that's why something could say don't use premium if it's meant for 87, don't use 91. Something could easily say that because it's meant for that specific burn profile. I gotta watch these chats because there keep being messages retracted before I read them. So, but yeah, I mostly do it because of the additives. And I was gonna go off on this thread a little while ago too, but the God provides aspect of doing slight extra things like premium fuel or individuating, right? Like to some level, and it's to do with the storehouse thing that I was talking about. I think I got a little, I didn't quite go back to the original point, but yeah, like you've got, like as long as your money is working, you know, you could be provided for. So like I'm taking what I feel is extra care of my car because it's such a critical piece of my life. Like, you know what I mean? It's not that premium fuel, like it's the octane, separate the additives from the octane. It's just constant fuel source Shell. They already have the additives in there, so nothing left to chance. Now, is it the very best combo ever? I don't know. But it's sort of like praying over food. Like someone who's super poor can still be healthy praying over their food because God is like providing for them what they need. So I guess you could take that and backwards say, well, God is providing for you so you can use any old crap fuel in your car and not worry about the additives. I don't know, trust in God but lock your door. I mean, I feel good, and manifestation is feelings, thoughts, and actions. So I'm like feeling good about my car's health using the additive fuel for the piston ring. And you know, I feel good. I'm taking the action by using the fuel. And my thinking is, you know, using the fuel will help it be strong. You know, delusion doesn't create reality, I know, but I hope you get what I'm saying. Carol says, I guess high octane fuel provides the biggest benefit on road trips. Interesting. Interesting. I have an idea about, like, I don't want to just sit here and speculate. In my head, I'm like sitting here speculating. But yeah, that's what her mechanic told her. So. Because I did an engine swap, why I think about the timing aspect is because I did an engine swap, and that one required premium fuel, and just in the guy who I bought the engine from, I basically bought a car that he wrecked that he didn't want to rebuild, but I had the same car but with the economy. I had a Civic DX, which is like the economy. That was a Civic SI sports injected, so I took that motor, put it in my car, but it was the same coupe. And so there was a chip to manage the new fuel mappings to work with the different engine. And so that table had, like, when the engine, it was 2 dimensions, so when the engine has this much load and is this many RPMs, then put in this much fuel. And so if you're carrying heavy weight, it's going to be under a heavier load. If you're accelerating fast, that force, just picture like the backwards force vector, that's your load. And then RPM, so, you know, like 1,000 idle, like 6,000, 7,000 would be the peak of the power curve. So that's why I think about the timing so much, is because that's what that matrix controls, is the timing. Well, there's multiple matrices. One for how much fuel, and I don't know the rest. I don't know why I'm thinking timing specifically, but if I had to dump out my brain, it's because of like looking at these ROMs and these tables. Knowing your fuel quality will be high is very beneficial. Scott says knowing your fuel quality will be high is very beneficial even if it costs more, because getting a bad tank of gas can ruin your engine. Facts. Thankfully it's never happened to me or anyone I know that I know of, but facts, I could see it. I could see that being possible for sure. And then Scott says, I only use certain gas stations, but my car gets the cheap stuff. But then again, if it breaks down, I'm SOL. I'm not SOL, so I'm fortunate in that way. Word. Yeah, I mean, it's a car that I've owned since it was brand new. 105,000 miles. And actually, last December is when it turned to 100,000. So that's how little I even drive in the city, even this small town. Because I've got sleep spots, and then I drive a few blocks to where I'm going to park for work, and then this co-working space I use the same, like, it's close to my work, so I don't even have to move the car. And then I leave here, I get back in the car, and I go to a sleeping space. So, I mean, I might drive 2 miles a day. Now, I run it in the morning for the heat. I'm laying in the back, it's super cold. I reach up, turn it on, and then I cuddle. I basically cuddle my blanket for like 10 more minutes. So I run the car for 10 minutes, let the heater warm up, let the car warm up. That's probably where I use most of my gas, actually. Because I'm noticing I'm only getting like 15 miles per gallon. Like a tank of 10 gallons will get me like 150 or 200 miles. But it's all, and it lasts, well over a week. So it's all little like and then Taco Bell is like, I don't know, 3 miles, 4 miles. The gym is 4 or 5 miles in the other direction. So I might have like a 8 or 9 mile total drive max. Doing it on a bike, it'd just be calories and time. Say like 5 miles an hour on a bike. I mean, that's, yeah, an hour of travel to do something that takes me 10 or 15 minutes now. The energy, the extra time, and time to eat, the extra money to eat, all these things, you know, it's not a no-brainer that bikes are cheaper than cars, you know, when you factor in time. Which, yeah, right now my double job is not paid, so I'm not actually losing money by not working it. But Scott says, dumb question, but the few times I've slept in my car, I couldn't get comfortable because I couldn't extend my legs. Yes, I have that problem. Well, I can't extend my legs, but can I get comfortable? Yes. Fetal position is your best friend, and I'm sure you just develop the flexibility after doing it for some nights, you know. Me, it's been 6 years. Well, let's see, I started off actually folding down the back seat and laying flat, but I got into just sleeping in the back seat because something to do with what was in the trunk. Like, it was just too much for some reason. I might have like been over full, or I don't know. But I ended up just sleeping in the back seat a few times, and then it just, I don't even remember why or when I switched, really. It was when I was sleeping in Palo Alto, so I think I remember the when. But yeah, so the back of a Honda Civic, I sleep on the back seats. You know, the road's usually sloped. Do you have the camera or the screen? So the road's usually sloped, you know, very a little bit, but so that the rain will run off to the sides, you know, meaning that when the car's on one side or the other, usually my head would be on the passenger side because it's higher up, a little bit on the incline. Ever so slight incline, you know, but whichever side, you know, it's usually that way. Unless it's a one-way, then it could be the other way. But yeah, then I've got Zafu. It's a meditation pillow. It's about 12 inches wide and this deep, and it's full of buckwheat hulls. So it's shells of some wheats. So it doesn't sink in like a cotton pillow, and it's like at least 10 years old. I got it in 2013 or 2013, I think. So buckwheat hulls keep my head nice, and it's got good airflow, so it's not hot or cold. And I put a wool blanket on the bottom when it's cold to hold in the heat. And I have a sleeping bag that's zipper broke like a year or 2, 3 years ago. I just haven't fixed it. I haven't gotten a new one. It's REI, so I think I could just take it and get a new sleeping bag. But the whole sleeping bag's perfectly good. It's like with the phone, you know. Someone can offer me a free phone, and I'll be like, this isn't garbage yet. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't hurt to have a backup, I guess, so I could figure it out before it went wrong. So that is actually a point. Having one extra phone in your storehouse is not waste. Oh, and I keep not getting to this point of God provides, you know, the storehouse. If you're, you know, if I have too much, it'll get taken away, sure. So I try not to have more than too much. Like, I try to be using everything, or it being a backup, or at least related. It might be like a conversation. if it's like one conversation away, like I go to the Bay Area, I have a conversation with someone about clusters of Raspberry Pis, and I can say, yeah, I have 3 of them. I actually have like 5. So that means I could sell like 2 of them. So God might allow 2 of them to be broken because I don't really need 2 of them, right? Like, in a sense, to my calling, I need 3 of them. Do any of you need 3 of them? Probably not. But then you have things that you need that I don't need. So if I had it and it was extra, God would just put it back into circulation. You know what I mean? Nothing's ever mine. Nothing's ever yours. We may have codes, statutes, and legalese, whatever, that imply that it's yours, that will have guns brought to your house if you take it and it's not yours. You know what I mean? But really, God made the devil. And on that jinn, whatever concept of these things are here to poke us and make us grow, right? God has a reason for the devil, even. At some point, God won't have a reason for the devil, maybe. And then what'll happen? I'm not making that claim. Chat. Carol says, have you ever stayed at hostels in San Fran, 40 per night? I love them. Yeah. When I lived in the city and wanted to go party, I would stay in hostels sometimes. There was one like Hostel of the Americas or something, and I stayed in the private room, so it was more like 70 or 90 a night or something like that. And in Denver, I stayed in tons of hostel. Well, there was not too many. I stayed in one hostel a ton in Denver, and I think there were like a couple, but I stayed in one. And it's probably still there. And no, I didn't stay in hostels all the time in SF, but a few times, and it was fun. Larham, hey, what's up? Say, you sound like you have a lot of extremely helpful wisdom and life advice. Thank you, I appreciate that. Scott says free phone is still on the table. The Pixel something or other. Yeah, I'll think about it. Right now, my brain is going to OPSEC, and nothing it's just the age we're in, right? Accepting devices from people. I've literally read, never accept devices from people. You know what I mean? Like, it's not anything personal. It's just the programming, the culture we live in. Accept a device. That's a big hang up. But I bought a device off Craigslist, so it wouldn't be uncharted territory. I bought like a iPhone 4S to replace something or other. I think my 6 broke and I got a 4S or something. I'm hella surprised I didn't think about that at the time. I was feeling like factory resets would be a good enough protection when I got it. So I mean, obviously I factory resetted it. But I don't know anymore that factory reset, especially with what was that spyware, both Android and iPhone. Like hella military. I mean, it would not be used by many actors, like, because it's military grade. But it was used on journalists, like. And I'm not a low-profile journalist. I'm not a low-profile person. I'm not a high-profile person. But, I have signed agreements with military organizations, so it could just be cursory. I've signed that agreement. I'm under surveillance, What's up, not sure? How you doing? I think I remember you from the last chat. Or a chat. Not sure. I remember the name because of Idiocracy. 99% sure that's where you made it up from, huh? But yeah, I'll think about the free phone, and specifically I'll think about accepting a device, like specifically accepting a device. And whether factory resets are enough, and like if factory resets are enough, I mean that's like, if I read it, then that's pretty much what I need to see. I know it's ridiculous. No, you know, I'm sure you get it. I'm sure everyone gets it. It's like, I wish I could just say yes, you know what I mean? It's not even a want to not say, just say yes. But yeah, appreciate that. Because yeah, working in the restaurants, backups, right? Gotta have backups. What happens if you don't have a backup? Can't sell. You run out, you know, you're selling. Now you gotta it takes time to prep. Like when the person's on the line, if they run out, like when I mentioned that guy said, you know, I need you to do, like, I'm out of pans, or I need you to do pans right now because I'm out, sort of thing. It's like, you could have hollered at me when you had like 3 pans left or something, you know, like I could have watched. Yes, I did that wrong too. I mean, it's not that I did it wrong, it's like I learned. It's an opportunity for figuring out a better way. So now he tries to say it earlier, and I try to watch out, and we never get to the point where we run out of pans. It's a little bit different than backups, but yeah, I mean, I can't really watch their onions necessarily, but it's the same idea. Like they'll be like, I need an onion back, or you know, cut me up some onions, something like that, to make them a backup. It's not that they're out, but they're about to be out. So anyway, yeah, God provides for backups is the point of that. I mean, God not provides, but accounts. Larham, I ran a test documenting dreams I've had and dreams my friends have had, and found statistical significance. Invisibility of Jupiter causing more vivid dreams. We remember the day after. Right on. I'm a seldom dream rememberer. I get super intense dreams that I remember, or I get most nights I don't remember. Scott says, I can send you a paper book if you're like guaranteed to be spyware free, right? And even then, smart dust, nanotechnology, not even a book is guaranteed to be spyware free these days. And in fact, if our whole history was given to us by AIs, that means they already have, I'm not making that claim, but maybe it was. If all our history is AI generated, then they definitely already have all kinds of crazy nano stuff. If they even need it, if they can't just look straight into the spiritual. Forget all this physical nonsense. Larham says sample size of greater than 210 instances. Do I believe planets influence things? By nature of them, by nature of planets having magnetic fields, yes, they influence things. Because I was just talking earlier about all my stuff is in airplane mode all the time. So it's not because I think it's gonna melt my brain or anything extreme. It's just, if I don't need it, why have it making more noise, even though there's so much noise around. But so yeah, planets, magnetic affect electric. Heart is electric. It being electric, you know, this is assuming people are catching the orthogonal nature of magnetism and electricity. Which comes first, electricity or magnetism? Magnetism is feminine, electricity is masculine. It's like it is yin and yang. So, I mean, they basically would have had to be co-created, because I mean, there's the quackery or whatever around non-dipole magnets and stuff like that, like basically magnets with properties that wouldn't affect electricity, but and don't ask me how. I'm just recalling my 2 semesters of college physics. But man, heck yeah, planets affect things. Scott, oh well, I'll have the phone for a while since no one else I've asked wants it. I'll continue working on the spyware to make it less detectable in case you decide you could use it at some. It's not even necessarily spyware from you. It's like, it's just who knows, you know. But like I said, if I read that factory resetting is enough, then all good. You know what I mean? Like, I just need to read it. I might read it tomorrow. You know what I mean? I could go looking right now. Is the Google Pixel anything from, you know, official documentation will probably say yes, but what's the real lowdown on factory resetting a Google Pixel 7? Am I being manipulated into looking into it right now? Come on. Resetting Google Pixel 7. Blah, blah, blah. I'll put it on my to-do. I'll put it like that on my to-do. My to-do app isn't even running. Dang. Well, my notes app that I put to-dos in. Let's see if changing that will affect the stream. It's a Python app, so it's super lightweight. Should be totally fine. Part of my startup process on the computer is usually running it. But since I was going to do a stream, I decided I'm not going to run any of my stuff because I just don't want to leak it by mistake. Because I'm still in semi non-disclosure of all my stuff mode. If I accidentally mention it, it is what it is, but I'd rather not. Because I just don't want too much anticipation about what my actual strategy is when I don't even necessarily know it all myself. Starting up that app, putting that piece of text into that text box that tells me to do stuff that I copy into tomorrow's notes at the beginning of tomorrow. Sort of basically bullet journal style, and I'm not perfect about it, but take yesterday's to-dos and put them at the beginning of today's note, and take out the stuff that is irrelevant or I'm not going to do again because they're already recorded in yesterday's note, so no need to keep putting them forward. And then if I search something and it pops up that to-do later on, then I'm like, oh yeah, do it. It is extreme chaos that I'm trying to wrangle. This is that whole publishing pipeline thing, but it's not just publishing, it's everything. Okay. Press refresh to make sure that it's actually there. It is actually on the disk. Woohoo. Scott says, we are but a dream of a sleeping giant. Perhaps, perhaps. Oh no, sorry, Carol says, we are but a dream of a sleeping giant. Perhaps. And that giant might actually be a mountain as we see it, because it's in a different time sphere, moving much more slowly. This would be the what channel does that? No longer on YouTube. A case that I built my stuff for is channels unreasonably disappearing off YouTube. The what's his name? Wim Carrot. Oh, am I gonna get in trouble just for saying that? Because I don't know why he's kicked off YouTube. But he was making some mind-blowing videos. He's still on BitChute. Are we allowed to say that? Well, I don't know. He's not there. He's on Rumble, but people have put his videos onto BitChute from Rumble. Yeah, look up. I don't know if that's the name of the channel though. Wim Carrot. Dang, that is some out there, mind-blowing stuff. Anyway, Scott says, it would surprise me if the factor put some spy type stuff in there. Factory put some spy stuff in there, but that would mean, Scott, this isn't just because I can't afford a new phone even. It is an Apple phone, which at the time I hella trusted Apple. 2016, I fully trusted Apple. Like, I thought they were the trustworthy brand. Now, today, I basically agree with you. So, it's part not affording, part this ain't broke yet. You know, part this has worked for me since 2016. Like, it's not time for an upgrade if this is doing fine, you know what I mean? Oh, the screen's broke, but I fixed the screen before, like, it cost 20 some bucks, like, and 15 minutes of my time. So, but yeah, we're talking about a backup. So yeah, definitely different model, whatever is fine. Scott's not sure says we live in a Wi-Fi blanket now. I used to try to limit my exposure, but I can't get away from it now. I pick up everyone's modem. Used to just do 1 or 2 now, but it's heaps also 5. Yeah, I mean, 5G tower in his window. I feel you, man. It's just like, that's where you just have to have like faith that you'll accomplish your mission on this earth that you came here for. I mean, like steps, there's grace periods. Like if you can find a way to get away from it and still fulfill your purpose, yeah, but if your purpose requires you to be in a big city, I mean, in this case, you're literally cooked. But you're not, because God's protection. And he might protect some people doing one thing, being in the city with Wi-Fi, but not other people. For other people, the Wi-Fi in the city making them sick might be their forcing factor out to their mission outside the city, whatever their mission is. Like, everybody can't do everything. Everybody's not supposed to do everything, right? So we all have different vessels that work different too. So if you're meant to be in a city, then God's going to find a way for Wi-Fi to not mess you up. If you're not meant to be in the city, then it's going to toast you. You know what I mean? I mean, under that assumption, I'm not saying it will or won't or what's going to happen, definitely, but given that assumption, which I find to be, or that, you know, that thinking that God will provide for you as long as you're on your mission, then yes, being in the city with all the Wi-Fi, don't even worrying about it will hurt you more than the Wi-Fi. And then Scott says it's a 7A in case there's a difference. We could all move to Greenback, West Virginia and start a compound because Wi-Fi is illegal there. No cell phones or Wi-Fi. Scott said, not sure, says, why is all our new infrastructure made to be hacked, spied on, QR codes being pushed by everyone even though it's become scammers' favorite tool? Too scary to use them? Yeah, I remember 2000. I know because I made like a QR adapted technology, and at the time in 2019, nobody really knew QR, and like nobody was using it, and now it's the other way. Everybody, everywhere. Scott says, and by the way, I read the Pixels are some of the best phones to core boot and just load a Linux kernel and all the free software if you're super paranoid. Although it wouldn't fix hardware-based bugs. Word. Yeah. Good stuff. It'd be so tempting to use a backup phone that could run Linux as a little... I mean, so I've actually got a product called Carputer. It's another thing that's on my Gumroad. And, man, it's like a 7-inch screen. I'd be so tempted to use a Pixel, because what a backup is, it's not, you're not using both of them. Like the backup is just to sit and be ready to replace what I do with this. So there's that B option of not having a backup for this, but actually maybe just having a device for a channel. So that's another thing I could think about using it for. Because yeah, it's different to have my YouTube channel on some old device that I don't know where, you know, a less secure device, a more public device in general, library computer, stuff like that. It's more reasonable to log into a YouTube channel through a library computer than like your bank account through a library computer. Although library computers probably have among the best security because they have Ghost, which just wipes them clean and restarts it from a new image next time it turns on. So, but yeah, it's really... I don't even feel like I'm paranoid about my device. Like I feel like I just know I just feel like I know this device is hacked. Like, so why would it matter if I got another hacked device anyway? And it doesn't stop me from using it. Like I still take pictures. I don't really make calls for other reasons. But I've used it to make important calls. Like it's not really paranoia. It's just like you never know. I don't know. Looking for pictures. Yeah. Lar Hum says living, oh, they probably meant to type this next. Living in Phoenix currently. Smog and dust suspended in atmosphere and heat absorbed by asphalt is a real killer. Need to escape back to the grasslands, plus Wi-Fi is a killer here in city center. Yeah. I mean, if you're supposed to be there, then you're going to be okay. Not everyone will get the same passage granted to them, I guess, is what I should say. Like, if you're on your mission and you're there, you're going to be good, at least for a while, as long as you need to be there. Like I wouldn't lose sleep or, you know, stress out about it, because that itself is damaging. So if you're on your purpose, if you're not on your purpose, get on it. You know, that's just to everybody, not nobody in particular. Because then as long as you're on your purpose wherever you are, you don't really have to worry too much about it. You're going to be in the right place at the right time. Not sure says, yeah, I agree with you. I was lucky to live on a 50-acre property for 5 years, but I'm back in the suburbs now. Landlines and Ethernet. Green banks sound good to me. I don't know what a green bank is. I have a couple guesses. Do you think it's hacked in general for anyone, or was it specific? I don't know. It's like an assumption. It's not a claim. I'm not claiming it's hacked. It's just I assume it's hacked. And the assumption would be probably, for me specifically, because of relationships I've been in, not necessarily romantic, but like literally like work relationships with the government and with just high-profile investors wanting to protect their investments, chance encounters with Apple security, not because I've done anything wrong. Actually, the guy helped me on a personal level, but it was like super chance that he was just there, you know. And anyone who's gone through anything like gang stalking, it's a spiritual thing, so it manifests in the physical after the spiritual. So how it actually manifests here, there's no sense even trying to understand it. But in a way, the less open windows you give it, the better. The less real-time access, you know, the less, you know, it's operational security in a sense against you know, upset parties with reach and, you know, there's classes of people, you know, and I've been very close to the next class of people. I can't say how close because I was not in the next class of people, but closer than most people get on average. So just security teams could be being proactive with me, and I'm not worried about it. It's not changing my behavior. I'm not, you know. Not sure says, sorry, I miss landlines and Ethernet. Word. The closest that I got to landlines and Ethernet locally was my apartment. It was fiber internet, and then I just connected to the Ethernet. I kept Wi-Fi off as much as possible. And it actually did have a landline jack, which is kind of what makes me remember that. So I got a phone number with it too, and a landline jack onto the fiber. That was through Sonic.net, who I highly recommend. I got them in Mountain View. They always give you the best service wherever you are. So in my case in Mountain View, my DSL was only like 200 some K per second, but just for, like, I wanted to invest in them as a local, ethical, good company. And then in San Francisco, I got their fiber as soon as it was available in the Sunset. And as soon as it was available, to enunciate that for anyone who can't hear very well, apologies. Oh, we got batteries so I can improve the sound quality again. Lost my train of thought. Yeah, so I was like as little wired as possible, and so it's possible. And then Scott says Green Bank is a town in West Virginia that has a giant telescope. Oh, right, you mentioned that, yeah. The West Virginia part with where Wi-Fi is illegal, he said earlier. I remember Green Bank now, okay. So it's got a giant telescope that needs minimal interference. Okay, I didn't know about that part, but maybe I did from the past, like, but I just don't connect it. Because it rings a bell, is what I mean to say. I'm obviously getting kind of, oh my god, it's going on midnight. Wild. Look what I got pulled into. No, I signed up for this. I was like willing to do an all-nighter even, because I can, because Thanksgiving's tomorrow. And I think that I'll be able to blend in my car however late I want to tomorrow. But I'm just going to come here as soon as I wake up in any case. God, I miss the Bay Area hackerspaces so much. This hackerspace is cool because it's so quiet and just like basically mine most of the day. It's not a hackerspace, it's a co-working space. But the hackerspaces, given all the politics stuff though, I'm sure they would have been terrible to be in, because I haven't really been in hackerspaces a lot since 2000, like 13, 14, and then for a period in 2018, I went back to the Hacker Dojo after some years. They say never go back to old energy, but I don't know if it's really the same. If it means quite the same thing as far as like literally don't go to places you used to go. I don't know. Don't move back to a city. Like, I'll take it, I'll even go back to an old job, because making money is making money. I would not go back to an old relationship, though. I would probably take an old friend back if the purpose was to make money. I would make money with an old relationship. Like, no hard feelings. When it comes to making money, like, let's do it. Scott says, ironically, there's a ski lodge in Green Bank that attracts a lot of rich tourists, so the cell phone and Wi-Fi ban is excluded from that mountain itself. Huh. Well, makes you question the nature of the ban. If they can make exceptions for some, it could just be a minimized thing then. Like there's a certain threshold, and allowing it for just the ski resort doesn't fall above that threshold, like the background noise. But then allowing anybody, the general public, to do it, assume 5% of people are using their phone at a given time, it would be too much. But 50% of people at the ski resort would not be nearly that much radio activity. They could also maybe control for the direction of the interference if it's only from one spot as well. So yes, I'm giving a pass to the rich people who get their one zone with cell phones, despite the scientific equipment, because it does seem pretty plausible that it could be worked around on that scale. Lar Hum says, God bless you. I've been praying to know my path and to know what God wants me to do. An hour after prayer, I was recommended this stream where you mentioned similar themes. Hallelujah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Cool. So you're a new viewer. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Seems we've got a good amount of return viewers, so definitely happy to see a new viewer. And good to know that it's relevant. The algorithm is working. The physical is